Hello, hello. Doing good. How are you?
Okay, I did not mean to do that. But now that it's here, I'm just going to set the timer. So, hello everybody, and welcome back to some Splatoon on the Nitsuj Nobel Twitch channel. My name is Nitsuj, and it seems some of our assets are taking a moment to turn on. I'm not sure why.
Hello, hello.
Hello indeed. I am really puzzled right now as to why our assets aren't turning on.
Uh, will it do it if I tease him?
Okay, well, we're going to have to do a wee bit of IT work to make this all come together. Um, so, give me just one moment and I will get things working.
Alrighty.
Alright, it seems like the PNGs have come back online, which is nice. The last thing I've got to do is get the timer working. Because it is displaying the wrong time until we take a break. So, okay. There we go. There is the true timer. So, alright.
Ugh.
So, how are you on for your break? What all did you get up to?
Oh, not too much. Had chicken pot pie and some oatmeal cookies.
Ooh, sounds lovely. I had some Jamaican patties for lunch, made myself some tea, and played some Zelda,
Indeed.
which will be going up tonight on the YouTube channel.
YouTube.
Yes, that's how I say YouTube. I say YouTube.
Yes.
It's actually a linguistic phenomena called tuna chewing.
Oh?
Yes, so some people with their natural accents, when they have to go from two vowels to a T, will make a ch sound instead of a t sound. So YouTube takes conscious effort for me to say, but YouTube doesn't.
Interesting.
Because the YouTube sound, that break in it, to the t, to have to drop back to the oo, naturally wants to end up as a ch as opposed to a t. So it becomes YouTube instead of YouTube.
Neat.
Yes, also I do not have nerds as my snack for the Splatfest.
What is your snack for the fe- snack for the Splatfest?
I have oh, I forgot what they're called now. Sour Plex, Sour Chews, Sweet Tarts, there it is.
Ah, I could never stand those things.
Really?
Yes.
How interesting. Alright. Let's see what maps they want us to play on right now. Alright, current battle stages. Hagglefish Market and Mako Market. Or Mako Mart. And for the ranked stuff, which I never play, Undertow Spowy, Woohoo World Sturgeon Shipyard, and Manta Maria.
Seems like a lot of prey are on sale today.
It does
Gotta get
indeed.
your concessions before the big Splatfest.
Indeed. Alright, well, I'm going to quickly see if there's anything I need to pick up while I pour myself a cup of tea. Alright, so we've got something new from Sheldon. We will pick up the Splatterscope. Nothing from any of them. Alright, so I'm hopping right into Turf War. And I have opened up a room.
Alright, I am hopping in.
Alright, so... By the way, if anyone in chat wants to, they can hit exclamation point shill, and that will trigger a link to the Discord, the
You're having
Twitter.
a weird tinny sound.
Oh, really? Is this better?
Yes, there was just like some...
A sort of pinging?
Yeah.
I was mixing tea.
Ah. Oops, sorry.
Nah, it's no problem. The match started anyway. So, if anyone in chat wants to hit exclamation point shill, communication error occurred. That's weird. Did it happen to you too?
Yep.
Alright, opening the battle with friends. Alright, I'm gonna finish making myself a cup of tea here. And I'm just having some orange pekoe with a little bit of milk and sugar. So, as I was saying, if anyone wants to hit the exclamation point shill command, you'll get a link to the Discord. If you have Splatoon 3 NSO and a Switch, it would be weird if you didn't have the third thing to have the other two. But supposing you did, well, you'd need that third thing. You can drop me. I am BrickBot1 on Discord. Your Switch friend code, and if you're on Team Aliens, you can come play with us.
Aliens, yeah. Totally want to get probed.
You know, I do have an alien boy. We could rectify that.
Don't you mean rectify that?
Ayo!
But I believe I will also have some sort of alien soon as well.
From yours truly, yes you will.
An amazing gift?
A what?
An amazing gift?
So, okay, I wasn't sure if you said anniversary gift, and I'm like, we're not dating.
No. Amazing gift. Yeah, that would be really weird to say, though.
Really would, hence why I was confused.
So what tea are you drinking?
Orange Pico.
What is pico?
It's a particular variety and preparation method of the tea. So you know how there's green tea and there's black tea, right?
Yes.
So those are all different grades of tea. One of them happens to be called orange grade. Or, sorry, orange age. Essentially, the tea has started to oxidize but has not fully oxidized to become orange Pico. So it's sort of like an in-between of black tea and orange and green tea.
Fascinating.
Indeed.
Stuff I would never know without knowing you.
True.
Ah.
First disconnect of the session.
No, we just got disconnected before.
Actually, yeah, that's fair.
I think this, I think more is being fried than just, the shrimp in those foods. Yeah, no, that was just bad.
I think you're suggesting my brain is being fried.
Yes. Unfortunately, it seems my brain is fried as well, based on how bad that came out.
Yeah. Well, hey, it's okay. I was just up till like 3 last night, so, and I got up at 8 today to do some stuff before the stream started, so
5 hours.
not a huge amount.
Triple kill.
Nice. Hey, I'm curious. You might have an answer for me. What is Hamburger Helper?
It's basically a bunch of dried ingredients that you can just make into something. Usually hamburger or other meat-based product in combination with like simple ground beef. It used to be super cheap and affordable, and people would get it just to have a meal in combination with whatever they had in their kitchen. But then it kind of gentrified and just became a worse version of something you can make on your own.
Huh.
Yeah.
When you say dry ingredients, do you mean like salt and pepper and whatnot, or like...
Like flavor powders and stuff.
Huh.
Yeah. Why do you ask?
Because we don't have it in Canada. I've heard Americans talk about it, and I didn't know what the heck it was.
What have you heard?
I heard it was a thing that existed.
Well, it does do that.
And I didn't know what it was.
Yeah. It's just basically an overpriced single recipe sheet with flavor packets.
Sounds unappetizing.
Yes. I'm honestly surprised it even still exists. Feels like something that would just be absorbed and discarded.
Like most prey.
Very much. Aww.
What?
One of the other people is also undercover umbrella user, and we just jumped and run around a little bit.
Oh, that's nice. Shame they're on the other team.
Yes.
Femboy Cam is dropping onto me.
That's certainly a way to AV. Another interesting and useful part of well is it stops you from just being run over by a roller.
Now that I can see as being very useful.
No, you do that.
Sorry.
He's bouncing with them.
I'm sorry.
Now I just imagine a prey saying, "If you roar them, you have to roar me too," and the predator going, "Oh."
Just hanging out being goofy and vibing.
I mean, yeah, we're gonna be playing this for so long, so it's nice to just goof around a bit.
I even got a recording of the goofy vibing.
Aww.
Hmm? Huh.
Aww.
Huh. Ah, welcome back, the Gamer Mouse. If you did join the Discord, actually, I saw that during our little break. Feel free to, throw your Switch friend code into my DMs. If you have Splatoon 3 and NSO, actually feel free to do it either way. And if you do have Splatoon 3 and NSO, you can hop on and join us as we prep to play for Team Alien in the Splatfest.
When you said throw your Switch code into the DMs, I thought you were just gonna say throw your Switch.
Now, why would I say that?
I don't know. Brain does a funky sometimes.
Ah, PC only. Well, that's okay. You're still welcome to come hang out with us during the Splatfest week. Actually, you're welcome to come hang out anytime you like.
You're welcome to come, too.
In Minecraft, anyway. Because, you know, that's how people get around the censorship thing, is they just say in Minecraft.
Well, it's not legal anymore, but yeah.
What's not legal anymore?
In Minecraft, it's already been disproven that it's an actual legal offense because someone got arrested after using in Minecraft to after threatening someone.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
The gamer mouse says, "Trust me, I will." I'm not sure to what, but you know.
Probably coming.
With the censorship thing, I was more thinking like YouTube and Twitch moderation.
Ah.
Given what you said isn't illegal. Just, you know.
I'll be quiet.
That's okay.
Ooh, wow, they turned that around right quick.
Knightley gets it indeed. Alright, so I am going to make myself another cup of tea while we wait.
I don't just get it, I take it.
Oh my. Oh my. You know what I wish they would add back in?
What?
The arcade game.
Oh yeah, the jumping squid thing.
Yeah, because they had it in Splatoon 1. I'm not sure if they had it in Splatoon 2.
I don't think they did.
Actually, the Gamer Mouse, while you're here, would you mind looking up to see if the arcade game is available in Inkopolis in Splatoon 3? While you're waiting for the game to start?
I mean, I can do it.
Cool, that would be great. Also, I just spilt tea on myself, so I'm gonna have to clean myself up a little bit here.
Alright. Huh. Doesn't appear so. The arcade game is covered up and in apparently allows you to get to Hotlantis.
Oh. Oh, okay, the Gamer Mouse is confused by what we mean by the arcade game. So, in Splatoon 1, while waiting for a match to start, it would allow you to play an arcade game. Alright, the Gamer Mouse said he will be right back, so I will explain when he returns. That is a bit of a disappointment, though.
Indeed. I think there'll probably be more released, though. Considering the fact it's covered up, it probably means there's going to be stuff happening with it eventually.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that.
No issue. I didn't even hear it.
Oh, cool. You know, it's funny. You had that sort of like moment of camaraderie with your fellow Brella player. Dually players have no such camaraderie.
Because we're such a rare breed, you could probably pull us into extinction.
Quite possibly. Meanwhile, in this match, there are 3 Dually users, and I'm one of them.
Indeed.
Plus, the
Yeah, I
NZAP's
cannot
basically
remember.
Dualies.
I cannot remember the last time I saw a Brella play. That's been myself.
I'm pretty sure we had one, like, just last match, or the match before that.
Yes, that's the one player I'm talking about. Before that, I cannot remember the last time I saw a Brella play.
Ooh, this is gonna be close. I think we've got them, but nope, they got us.
3.1%.
You are wicked with numbers.
It's my job.
Well, that's fair enough. Good tea.
Good to hear.
Hopefully the gulps were also fun.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm glad to hear it. After this round, I'm going to take a quick break just to change one thing. I'm going to switch back to being an octoling. With the howdy hat, you can't see the slick swept back. There we go. Swept back hair.
Oh, that reminds me of the question I was going to ask you.
Oh?
Which Breath of the Wild character do you think, what is this, are you most interested in War
Hmm. We talking the Vorer or the Voree?
Either. Or both.
Okay, well, for Vorer, definitely Link.
Interesting.
And then either, the Rito champion, who I've forgotten the name of,
Volley.
Rivali, yes, or Prince Sidon as the Voree.
No. Prince Sidon does seem to make a great snack.
I mean, he's already a snack, just whether or not you'd eat him or not.
Fair, fair.
And I think one would. I would anyway.
Same. Forward push.
That's why I brought out the crab tank.
Crank them into sludge.
Alright, we're going to take a quick break. Not from the Splatfest. First, I'm going to pop 3 conch shells. Okay, well that's a pack of cards. Ooh,
I got an
Mudmouth.
EXP up, a team.
Ooh, nice. I got an EXP up for team as well.
I will pop mine now.
Alright, cool. Okay, well I can't change my nickname back to Nitsoct. But you know what I can do?
What can you do?
I can still go through and go back to being an Octoling. Alright, and I'm gonna head right back into the lobby. And I am opening up a room.
Alrighty.
I think this is going to be the last round before Splatfest begins.
I think we have one more.
No, because it is, 10 to 7, and with how long these take and potential disconnects, I think we've just got one more.
I mean, I hope we can get at least 2 in, because otherwise that's one 30-minute game every 10 minutes. Not 30-minute, 3-minute game every 10 minutes. I do hope we get to be the team in the middle, because I've never gone to be in that team.
Oh, I see. Well, I am often that team.
Alright. When do they split up into the team in the middle?
That will be at 7 p.m. tomorrow at the halftime show.
Interesting.
Personally, when they came out with the new update, I was hoping they were going to add some new tricolor maps.
Yeah, same.
Because tricolor has so much potential as a mode, but I think after Nintendo saw how people reacted to it during the test fire, they decided to try killing it instead.
Probably won't be able to be on too much Saturday, but I will be back Sunday.
That's fair.
Obligation.
That is totally fair enough. I get it.
Also, tickets to see the D&D movie.
Oh, nice. You'll have to tell me how it is, but not spoil it.
I will do so. I'm just hoping this movie allows more people to see the potential of mimic threads.
You're into a lot of obscure stuff.
Yes. It's easier for me to list what I'm not into than what I am.
I mean, same, but you know.
Any questions?
Yes, I do actually. So, I am curious. If you could live anywhere in the... Actually, we already asked that question, didn't we?
Yes, and I said Canada.
Yes, actually, you know what? I have something for just an occasion such as this. Allow me to go grab it while we wait for the next match to start.
Interesting. What are you grabbing?
And book. but it is an special book. I'm also going to open the window. It is getting quite warm in here, and I am uncomfortable. Don't worry, I made it back to my controller before the match started.
What do you mean before the match started?
The match is starting.
I clicked stop because I assumed you had.
No, I said just give me 1 second.
Ah.
Okay, feel free to hop into a match, then.
Alright. Well, I'll hop into... Actually, it's probably just going to update before I can...
Before you can join me, yeah.
Yeah. Well, good luck.
Oh, well, thank you. The book I have is written by a man called Gregory Stock, Ph.D. And it is called The Book of Questions.
Interesting. Anything boring?
No.
Damn.
I mean, you can interpret some questions that way, but
I will.
they're more meant to inspire deep philosophical thought.
Oh, ew.
You like that sort of thing, though, don't you?
Yes, that's the joke.
Oh, okay. Just kind of whooshed over me. Alright, so I think it's time to go see the Splatfest beginning. It is time. while we wait for the very start of this,
Yes.
I will pull out my book of questions. Alright, so, are you ready for the first question from the Book of Questions?
Yes.
Question 1. For a person you deeply loved, would you be willing to move to a distant country, knowing there will be little chance of seeing your friends or family again?
No.
Okay, would you like to expand on that?
Um, with things how they are right now, I feel like if I really loved someone and dated them, I absolutely feel like I could do it over the internet and not have to lose that much connection with my friends and family.
Okay. You can tell this book was written in the 80s based on questions like that.
Yes.
So, for me, it's also a no, but more because I would hope that we could move somewhere with significantly better infrastructure than either of where we live right now.
No. Huh. I think I just found Gamer Mouse.
Where?
There's a splat post that just says "I love big feet" and it has a picture of a foot drawn on it.
Please screenshot that to me. Please screenshot that.
I have.
Alright, cool.
I don't know how exactly to send it though.
I will help you with that after the Splatfest. The Splatfest is taking a while to get started.
Yes.
So, question 2. Do you believe in ghosts or evil spirits? Would you be willing to spend a night alone in a remote house that is supposedly haunted?
Uh, Not strictly. I believe that the human mind can conjure quite a lot and actively affect things, and that can cause stuff. I'm not necessarily sure that would be called an evil spirit, but maybe. And yeah. Well, it depends on what I get for doing it. If it's just you spend the night there, then no, I'm not gonna do it because that's just a strange house. If I get like money for it, then yeah, sure.
Okay, so for me, this answer is. So this question is a little bit easier to answer for me. Because do you believe in ghosts or evil spirits? No, I don't have a superstitious bone in my body. As for whether I'd be willing to spend the night alone in a remote house that is supposedly haunted, it would depend on the house. If it's one that's, like, remote but fairly well kept and stuff, then probably. But if it's one that's, like, damp and dank and, like, has electrical problems and sort of smells funny, then probably not.
Yeah. A lot of what constitutes haunting is literally just things breaking down inside the house.
Yeah. Okay, here's a sort of interesting probative question, and if you don't have an answer for it or don't feel comfortable answering, that's totally okay. If you were to die this evening with no opportunity to communicate with anyone, what would you most regret having not told someone? Why haven't you told them yet?
I mean, I would feel bad for not telling my friends I appreciate them more. I do say it a lot, but then a lot of it would be cut short, and I would be missing an important part of their lives and important advancements they make on their paths and careers and dreams.
Yeah, I
That's
think
what I would probably regret.
yeah, I think that's the biggest thing for me as well. So, question 4. If you could spend a year in perfect happiness, but afterwards would remember nothing, would you do so? If not, why not?
Yes,
Okay. And there's a.
me being in perfect happiness would mean that all my friends are also happy. I couldn't be in perfect happiness without that, so even if I don't remember anything, that still had a positive effect on my friends' lives.
Alright. And then here's a follow up question. Which is more important, actual experiences or the memories that remain when experiences are over?
Hmm. I don't know.
Okay. So, question 5. If a new medicine were developed that would cure arthritis but cause a fatal reaction in 1% of those who took it, would you want it to be released to the public?
1%. As long as the public is informed that it is 1%.
So that's an interesting and slightly different take on it than I have. So here's my thinking, right? No drug kills 1% randomly, right?
Right.
Meaning you could do trials and experiments on people with arthritis and this drug and say, look, we believe it has a 1% fatality rate amongst those who take it. So, if we can figure out what specific factors are occurring, or what specific things connect all the people who are taking it and dying, then you can actually rule them out of receiving this treatment. Additionally, you can use mitigating factors to mitigate the risk. So, like, suppose you've got someone who's got, like, just a little bit of arthritis, but they can still function normally, right? Well, then it wouldn't
Yeah.
make sense to give them this arthritis medication. But if you have
Exactly.
someone who's already severely debilitated by arthritis, then maybe it might be worth the risk.
It's essentially like chemotherapy. Yeah, there's some very debilitating effects from chemotherapy, and it might just accelerate the process of dying, but it also can cure what is normally very hard to deal with.
Yeah, as someone who I know said, chemo kills the cancer just slightly faster than the chemo kills you.
Indeed. Splatfest is taking a while.
Yeah, I'm gonna try rebooting the game.
Oh, it's at 8 p.m. Eastern.
What? They're
Yep,
always at 7!
8 p.m. Eastern is 7 for you.
It's 7 right now.
It would be if there wasn't for the
Oh, is it a time zone thing?
yeah,
God,
jump forward.
God damn it.
Yeah. Whoopsie. Since that's the case, I need to check something. Then I'll maybe hop off until then.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't want to burn myself out right before the Splatfest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think I'll hop off for now.
Do you want to play a little bit of table turf before you go, or?
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Alright. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Alright, I've opened a table turf room.
And I am joining.
The battle lines are drawn.
Not quite yet.
Ooh, I think you got me.
Wow. Close.
It was indeed. Want to go for another round?
Yeah, I'm honestly fine with just continuing this until...
That sounds like a good
Nice,
way to spend the time, then.
nice break from Splatting.
Hey! Welcome!
After some time, you know, you just get sore.
Fair enough. Hayato Soraya is in chat.
Hello!
We are playing some Table Turf, which is a mode in Splatoon 3. Just killing some time before the Splatfest starts up.
Because we messed up when it started.
Yes. Why are you oying me? I haven't done anything to oy.
Oi, oi, oi.
Ozzy, Ozzy, Ozzy. Oi, oi, oi. Oh, yeah, you are more than welcome to join. So if you hop onto the Discord, if you hit if you put exclamation point shill in chat and join the Discord, and then send me on Discord your Switch info, I will add you on Switch, and you can join us in playing some Splatoon 3. Let me guess, it was yours? If so, happy birthday!
Apple.
It was. Well, I am very happy to hear that. And, by the way, you are more than welcome to join us. If you just type exclamation point shill in chat, it'll give you the link to the Discord. Which is where you will want to, Discord is where you'll want to send me your Switch friend info. And in the Splatfest, we are playing Team Alien. Well, if you don't want to join the Discord, you can send me your Switch friend code, either in chat or by DMing me, and I can add you, and then you can join us as well. But the Switch friend code is kind of essential to setting up a Splatoon game with each other.
Ooh.
Literally 1 point above me. I will happily friend you. You know what, here, if you don't want to send me your Switch friend code, I can actually send you, I can actually put my Switch friend code up on screen. Ah, alright, well, I will add you on Switch after this match. Now, one thing I just realized is that you can wait until I make a move, and then you can respond to it in-game. Just by watching the stream, and I just realized that.
Not with the delay you have.
Alright, cool. I will friend you after this game. Yeah, sometimes you can't, even when it says you can. Yeah.
Ooh, that's massive.
Yes, it is a big lead. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's a big update.
Oh, geez. Like... Hey, don't go deleting all your games just for a Splatoon update. Like,
Yeah, it's alright. Aha.
all right, really quickly, I'm going to send Hayato a friend code.
I
Or
think I will do the same.
add friend, search with friend code 6170. Okay, if it's only 2 games, then I can kind of get that, yeah. I've got a fairly big SD card in my Switch.
Same.
Yeah. Holy jumpin'! You've got holy moly! Sweet mother of
What?
so many hours in Splatoon 2 and Animal Crossing and Smash and Zelda. You know, and Pokemon and Splatoon 3 and Pokemon. Actually, I have comparable time in Violet, let's be honest. Like, that's a lot of time in those games. Wait, did I even send the friend request? Crap, I didn't.
Whoops.
I went through all the work of typing it in just to go, oh, that's a bunch of games, and then go, no friend request because it said. I was like, no.
Now I wonder what qualifies as barely played compared to all that.
Let's hope it's not Pokemon Home. All right, now I sent the friend request. Oh, N is Nately.
Yes. Neatly nightly.
Yeah, like if I go into settings and data management, I've got 63 gigs free on my micro SD card. Now, in order to play with us, you will have to, in the Splatfest as well, you'd have to hop onto the North American server. Now, the nice thing is there will always be people in North America playing. There are people I know who are planning to play Splatoon for, like, the entire Splatfest, no sleep.
I am Nightly or Nightly Nightly, because that's what I set my new username to.
Ah, nice. We are all
Thank you.
we are all Team Alien. Nice. Now, did you do that on the European server or the North American server?
Also, you're gonna hop back into tabletop?
Oh, yes, right. That's what I was doing.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
I have a room open.
All right. and feel free to hop into playing some table turf with us. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, we're Team Alien, so, you know, you can come hang out with us in Team Alien.
Team A Lamau.
Aliens! Aliens! I've never actually done hide and seek in Splatoon. You'd have to send the rules in chat, but I would be totally up for giving that a bit of a go.
So you sounded violently Canadian there.
How do you mean?
A bit of a go.
I mean, I am Canadian, but I don't think I was that violently Canadian. I would never be violently Canadian. It's not in our people's nature.
You know what I mean.
Just don't go calling me violent, okay? I'm not, eh?
Ooh, this is gonna be interesting.
Okay. I would definitely be up for doing that. Oh, Hayato was wondering if we felt like doing some hide and seek in Splatoon before the Splatfest as well.
I haven't played it before, but sure. I love the special attack animation with the massive crab tank and Marigold.
Yeah, that was actually funny.
Ooh. 82 to 81. Another
Yeah.
very close one.
Alright, so let's play some... Hello, Hayato. So, let's head... Let's, hop out of this and fire up some hide and seek.
I assume we go to the
Yeah, I will fire up a
special
private
lobby.
battle. Yeah, I'll fire up a private battle. Alright, I am opening up a private battle. Alright, so we play this in, I'm going to assume, Turf War. Um... Alright, so... So, we will be Alpha Team, and Hayato will be Bravo Team. So, here are the rules as they have been put in chat. We have a minute to hide, no ninja squid, and we're not allowed to use ninja squid. We have a minute to hide, and we have to stay in the position until... but if we are found, we can run away.
Excellent.
Alright, let's do this. Oh, it's done in recon mode, not... Okay. So it's meant to be recon, not turf war, so...
Are we quitting or just hiding?
Let's just hide.
We should probably ink.
I'm not sure if the inking is part of it or not.
It is. Otherwise, how are you gonna hide?
I guess just behind objects. Alright, well, I think I've found a good spot. Alright, she's coming. Oh, splat doolies. Nice, using the crab tank. I am a big fan of the crab tank.
Damn.
Yeah, she found me. Gonna go find a new spot. Okay, I found a new spot. I hear the sounds of dually fire getting closer.
I'm just watching this from afar.
She found me again! Ah, she got us!
Being sniper.
Pardon?
I'm joking.
I just didn't hear what you said.
Stream sniper. Only 15 minutes.
Yeah, only 15 minutes. Alright, we want to go for a
Okay, the
round
way it
2?
loaded was really funny with just her there and then it moving around as if it introduced characters.
I know, that was really kind of funny. Yes, we can do Scorch Gorge.
Forge.
Alright, this time I want to be the finder. If that's alright?
It is indeed. Are we going into recon mode?
Yeah, I've set it to recon.
Okay. It's probably best if you're the finder since that stops anyone from seeing where you are from stream.
Alright. I will set myself as finder. If that's alright, with you, Hayato? Well, we can do another round with you as finder and Scorch Gorge as well, I don't mind.
Ready up?
I am?
Yes. Okay.
Alright. I'll give you guys a minute to hide. I'm facing away from the map, so I can't see you. If anyone tunes in at this point, they'll be very confused about why there's a naked squid flopping around on some steel sheets. Well, someone just used a bomb. Oi! Nately, you do realize that that tells me exactly where you are, right?
Yep.
'Cause the minute's up.
Uh-huh. I couldn't resist. Also, I think I'm probably gonna run out super quick to make myself dinner, so then I don't have to do it in the middle of the Splatfest.
Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, and that's the team. So, do we force quit it now? Do we leave recon mode, or... So this is why it would be nice if it had a team deathmatch mode. Hayato wants to 1v1 me real quick, so, well, here, what we can do is we can turn Recon off, Scorch Gorge, all set, and then I can set Nightly onto spectating, and we can do a proper 1v1. There was a little bit of lag for me, but not a huge amount. Ah, okay, you've got the Trizuka. Okay, okay, I see what we're dealing with. I see what we're dealing with here. Holy crap, I couldn't even get out of my crab tank! You are really good at this. Whew. Scary good at this, actually. Do you by chance have an original white box switch as opposed to a red box, or are you running an OLED? Crap, I couldn't even escape! You just came right for me. You are really good with the hero replica. Holy crap! You, like, bombed me from, like, I couldn't even see that! Oh. Run away! Run away! Run away! That was impressive! I mean, I've been playing since the game came out too, just apparently not as seriously as you have. Holy crap. Because that was bloody impressive. Alright, let's do hide and seek, just you and me, since, okay, yeah, we can do another round of, turf war if you want. Here, let me just, go into the map menu. Oh. Sorry, it's not going to let me change it. But we could definitely have some more fun with you shooting me. Or we can do a hide and seek where. Yeah, unfortunately, I loaded it into Recon because I thought we were going to do hide and seek. But we can either hop right out of Recon, or we can try doing a bit of you killing me in Recon. It's totally up to you. Crap! I meant to dodge roll to the side, not forward. This is ending unwell for me. I haven't even taken you out once. My only hope for taking you out is when you're recharging. Alright, I think the Splatfest is going to start very shortly, so we should probably head back to the square. I'll let you get one more kill off on me. Okay. Alright, we should probably head back to, Inkopolis. I mean, not super terrible. But we should head back to Inkopolis. Alright, the news broadcast should be starting any minute. Also, I have discovered you can shove these guys around. So, like... Take a look at it. I'm pushing him down the stairs! Oh, that's so cute. I've got to see if I can find that anywhere. I may not be Team Nessie, but I always appreciate cute art. How am I a bully? I no bully. Alright, so... Oh, the jelly's okay. I didn't actually shove him down the stairs. He was heading that way anyway. Alright, so let's see. What team got the most conch shells? It is... Team Aliens with 33.74% of the vote. It is 8 Eastern. 8 p.m. specifically. It's probably like 1 or 2 a.m. for you, isn't it? Ooh, alright. Ah, welcome back. So, currently, we have in Turf War, Undertow Spillway, and Flounder Heights as the main 2 stations, and I don't think, Salmon Run counts towards Splatfest, does it?
No. Because there's, just barely because of conch.
Ah, that's fair.
But definitely not as much as anything else. Going down. Those conch shells. Yay! Aliens. .1.
I'm gonna go around and check out all the cool art before we start things off.
Alrighty.
Because that's what I like doing.
Indeed, I will be waiting in the lobby. Actually, I will check out art too, because there's the I Kiss Alien Men, Bigfoot came, Nessie, whole lot of feet posting.
Yeah, I think they accidentally walked into that one. It's been a while since I refreshed that particular post.
Oh, I found the Peridot.
You found it? Screenshot it.
Yes, immediately. It's for looking into a big plush alien that has hearts and Team Alien on it.
Yes, that might be the one.
Yes, then I have it.
Already got that one. Yeah, Fry definitely needs the win. Oh, I wonder what's up here. Oh, that's just the hat shop. Fry has not gotten a huge amount of love recently. Oh, this shirt's cute. It's got a little alien on it. I don't know. I think it's cute. It's so fun seeing all the shops open up and, like, selling things.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Grizz is not technically an alien.
Actually, technically, yes, he is.
No, he's a mammalian.
He was born in space.
Wait, really?
Yes, they were up in a spaceship, and, it crashed back down. Remember how... Okay, do you know the Splatoon 3, Altonia lore?
Some of it, anyway.
Do you remember how the sky was cracked by, the young guys, the young humans' attempt to escape?
Oh, yeah?
He was one of the samples on the spaceship that crashed back down.
Oh.
He was the only one that survived, and thus, he was actually spacey.
Okay, I did not know that. Actually, yeah, that's fair. The t-shirts for the Splatfest do not show off the curves particularly well.
But yeah, technically an alien.
Hayato is saying he was born on Earth, sent on a rocket, crashed, created glue, the goo, blah, blah, blah.
Well, this is an answer for the internet.
I love seeing all the cool art that people make right around Splatfests.
Yes.
It's funny seeing Canadians going like, nah, it's Sasquatch. There's the Nessie I was looking for. Oh, that's cute. Oh, and a Peridot one!
Okay, he was in space for 10,000 years, and eventually crashed back down with Grizz.
Ah, back down, meaning he was originally from Earth.
Yes.
Ah, more Invader Zim stuff. Ah, Invader Zim was a good show.
Agreed.
I've got to play Super Mario 3D World one of these days.
Oh.
I've got to get it first, but... Ah, he was cryo-frozen. Okay. So, I have gone through and grabbed all the art. So... heading into Splatfest with friends. And I am creating a room. So that way you guys can both join. Nessie versus aliens versus Bigfoot. I'm going to use my first play of the day as well.
I am back.
Welcome back, Knightley.
I'm snacking on my dinner, cause yeah. I got some shrimp alfredo along with what remains of the chicken pot pie and more oatmeal cookies.
Nice. I will be taking my break when the timer goes off in about 50 minutes, which will be at 9. And that'll be a quick break to get some more tea, as well as get myself some food.
Alright.
Also, Hayato, you weren't here when I mentioned this any of the other times, but we have hit 31 followers now. It's possibly even more now. 32 followers. So, being at that high of a follower count, I am deciding to do an event, specifically on April 15th, which is a Saturday. Whenever I wake up, I will essentially have breakfast, make myself a pot of tea and a pot of coffee, get some snacks, and sit down for a 30-hour live stream, where every hour on the hour, viewers can vote on what game I play next, and if it's a multiplayer game, viewers are welcome to join in. I'll actually be posting my entire game library, so that way people can vote on what game to play next. And Hayato, feel welcome to join us for that. All of the followers are welcome to come vote on the games and watch me play them live. You're going to play a few matches yourself? Alright, then we are going to get ours. I will have to look into that. Ninjala. Alright, feel free to hop into our match whenever you like. The room will be open.
Realized, this hat is really funny when you consider I'm using a undercover brawler.
Yeah, personally I'm a Dooley main myself, but you like Brella. And that's a valid choice.
No, it's not.
Sure it is.
Alright.
Oh, Ninjala is free. Well then. While I am taking my 15-minute break to get some more tea and get myself some dinner, I will download Ninjala. And yes, during the thing, if there is a free game chat once... Oh, for fuck's sakes. Start up, communication error.
Ooh, if we're gonna do free games, then I can definitely recommend Limbus Company.
Yeah, alright. Yeah, I am more than happy to play free games that I don't have to pay for. Chat will be voting on what game I play, but if chat wants, but I will also be, if chat wants, I can also do free games that won't cost anything, like Ninjala, and you said Limbus Company or Nimbus Company?
Limbus Company.
Okay.
I think it's a portmanteau of Limbo and Bus, considering that the main character's name is Dante, and there's someone else named Faust.
Oh, how interesting. I will definitely have to check that out then.
And here we go. First game of the Splatfest. Ah, this is a good purple.
Oh yeah.
The Pokemon colors weren't very good.
I mean, Pokemon was blue though as well.
I know, but the ah.
Sorry, I just got to take my glasses off to get this to come across. Or, not sure if chat heard any of those, but first match, and it literally ends like that. Just to give an idea of how much I'm going to be willing to put up with during the the weekend, the 30 hours. Suppose it's hour 29, right?
Yes, we already talked about this. Wing Fit 29.
Yeah. Basically, if chat decides that they want me to play Ring Fit during hour 29, well then for the last hour, I will be playing Ring Fit. If chat decides they want me...
more players disconnected, right?
Yeah.
This is a problem.
I mean, hey, what can you do, though? Guess our team is on a 3-win streak. Or the enemy team is, sorry, not ours. Yeah, if we get Justin in here on Saturday or Sunday, we'll actually have a four-person team.
Well, Sunday.
Well, yeah, actually, because you're busy Saturday.
Yes. Most of Saturday. I might be able to get in like 10-ish.
Additionally, when we hit 75 followers, I will be doing a drinking game with 75 hot sauces. Chat will get to vote on what Mario game I do the week before. It'll be a Twitter poll. So you'll all get to vote on what Mario game I suffer through while doing shots of hot sauce while doing weird challenges.
This is very vibrant blue. I like it.
As do I.
Fluorescent, I think.
Though we did only lose to our own team, so that's okay.
It is indeed.
Alright, well, you're always welcome to come back whenever you like. One thing I won't be doing, by the way, for the 75 hot sauces, is I won't just be, like, going like, oh, well, this is sriracha. Oh, and this is sriracha low sodium. Oh, and this is sriracha sweet. It's like, nah, I'm going to be picking different hot sauces, specifically. And if a company makes multiple distinct hot sauces, then I will be considering getting those, the set of those hot sauces, and counting them as separate sauces, but it will be no duplicate sauces.
That is perfect.
Which means
That's
I think we're fighting Team Nessie.
Yes. but there'll soon be nest yield, nestled in our stack. That wasn't great.
Yeah, I don't think that worked.
Oh, here's a good one. We'll make a nest out of them.
We'll make a mess out of Ness.
Indeed. We'll make a Nessie.
We'll make them a messy Nessie.
Indeed. Yeah, see? Pooper. Doesn't look like we'll win this one.
Does not know.
I'm gonna send you this meme that I just got sent.
Really quick, I'm gonna plug my phone in because it's getting close to dying here.
What? Did you see the meme?
I did not. I don't have my Discord open right now.
Ah.
Oh, that's good. And we're fighting our own team again.
Like.
Meaning
So that's half and half, our own team and
other teams. Yeah, it makes me wonder if there is a large amount of alien players. Yeah.
We'll see.
Now, what's liable to happen is that some players are going to fall off when they go, oh, there's too many alien players, I'm not really doing anything. And that drop-off will hopefully lead to us acquiring more battles with the enemy, as opposed to just ourselves.
Someone is hitting base, wow.
Ours or theirs?
Ours.
Oh, yeah, jeez.
Yeah, I'm working on it, but I'm surprised everyone went in when we have a roller.
I definitely think we're up against a proper team here.
Maybe.
Like, all the arrow sprays versus, you know, plus all Octoling and... We've done a little bit to turn the tide, but not a huge amount. Let's see how it worked out.
Yeah, no.
Better than it could have been.
True.
Yeah, I got a serious feeling that that was a team of players.
Yeah. Is there any Splatfest themes that you would really like to see?
Yes, actually. So a lot of the Splatfest themes have been food adjacent this particular go-round.
Ah, so Pred, Pray, or Switch?
Haha, no, not what I was thinking, actually. What I was thinking was, if you wanted something very Japanese, you could go sushi, sashimi, or rolls. Which are all technically different things.
Okay, that's just funny to see. Whenever you next respawn, just go left.
Why? What's there? Or do you not want to spoil it?
Spoil you. Yes.
Well, I may or may not... Yeah, I'm respawning soon. So go left, eh?
Yes, I think you went too far with that. Oh no, that's not you. You see it, don't you?
No?
There's a big purple I Kiss Alien Men on the left. Look at me.
Oh,
Right
there.
here.
Didn't go far enough. Okay. I'm gonna have to go grab that as a screenshot.
I already did. Just a very funny thing to just have there.
Mine says greetings, Earthlings, not I kiss alien man.
Ah,
Oh, by the way, I should explain how to get pictures off your Switch. So, if you go to a desktop computer or a laptop and plug it in over USB, you have the option of, in the Switch, outputting your pictures over computer. Or over USB.
not a great showing.
No, no, it's not. But we did our best, right? And that's what matters.
Fair enough.
Alright, I've reached the next rank up in the Splatfest tier, so we are now an Alien Fiend.
Alien Fiend. That does sound like some sort of Ika's Portal title.
That does.
And if you add some sort of From Venus or whatever, then it's a comic book title from the 80s.
Fair enough. I don't know why my phone just died. Which means I can't see chat.
Then I will take over looking at chat.
Alright. It's weird because my phone is plugged in right now.
What is this?
You want to know something kind of interesting?
Always.
So, you know how we have this concept of proper English?
Yes.
Well, English existed for hundreds of years before being codified into a quote-unquote proper English.
Yes.
And half of the rules that are in quote-unquote proper English are not rules in that, even the English that existed 5 years before people started trying to codify it.
That's true.
Like, if you look at the way, like, for example, look at how much debate over there is how you use a semicolon versus a colon, right?
Yes.
So, if you go back to, like, Old English manuscripts, right? Or even Middle English manuscripts before we started codifying stuff in the Middle English period, semicolons and colons don't mean anything. They just straight up don't exist.
Very little actually exists.
What? But you know what I mean.
Yes.
Like, the concept of a semicolon is a product of an attempt at standardization. Except the way they went about standardizing things is oddly backwards.
Welcome to the entire English language.
Yeah, because the people who were standardizing... do you want me to grab the team up?
I still have it going.
Oh, okay. The people who were standardizing it weren't thinking about adequately replicating the way English was in use. They were focused on creating a new language that was compliant with it for formal use. In other words, the people codifying it never intended for standard human beings to ever deal with the English language they were creating. It was meant for, like, academics, for, like, writing, like, official documents and whatnot.
Interesting.
Yeah. What was that? But yeah, the people who codified English had no belief that any normal human would ever use their concoction of English.
Well, I mean, speak it, not just if
Well,
they
sorry,
didn't think
yes.
anyone was going to use it, that they wouldn't
Yes.
have done anything with it.
Well, sorry, they specifically didn't think that your average person was going to read it, write it, or use it in their daily life. They thought even people who could read and write would use what was at the time understood to be common English, as opposed to formal English.
Yeah, you've got to level the battle pass to unlock uncommon English.
Yeah, well, they were thinking about, like, well, when we have, proper learned people, how do we want them to write? Well, we want them to write in a clear, concise manner so that way people for years will be able to understand what they write. Okay, how do we do that? Well, we can't understand what English people wrote a few hundred years ago. How are people going to understand what we wrote in a few hundred years? And so they thought and created a formal system. It's just that we then went, well, okay, let's teach everyone the formal system. Because if we have a formal system, then why should anyone be using the informal one? And it's like, because humans don't work like that. That's why there's so much debate over how you use colons, semicolons, apostrophes. Because different people created different standard systems. Like, do apostrophes signify a plural? Does it signify a conjunction? Does it signify both? Can it signify both? Should it signify both?
What's your function?
And there's the other...
School.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
You do have Schoolhouse Rock up there, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
They actually created a special variant of some bits of Schoolhouse Rock for Canada.
Oh, like I'm a Bill?
Yeah. So, you know how in the States you have Capitol Hill?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we have Parliament Hill. Which is basically the same thing.
But that would fuck with the rhythm.
Well, capital and parliament are the same number of syllables. Capital, parliament.
I guess so.
Alright, I gotta figure out why my phone is not charging. So I'm gonna take a sec to try and fix it real quick here. So I'm gonna take my headphones off, but I will set myself to joining in the next match. Alright, it should start charging now. Has someone written something in chat? Because I can't see chat right now.
Just me.
Ah, okay.
And you totally don't need to look at it.
What did you write?
Nothing.
Now I gotta get up and check it.
No, you don't.
I'm doing it now. Actually, once I get logged in, I'll get Twitch back up and I'll be able to see it in the chat log.
Mm-hmm. Match just started.
Yeah. I was about to say the other team must have someone of quality on their side because they've got a crab tank, but no, it's just someone using a 9.5 gal. The what?
I'm not too into gals.
I know you're not, but like, I more meant the gun.
Yes, I know, but thus it was a double entendre.
That's fair. Oh, sorry, it's not a gal, it was a nozzleless.
Nozzle nose.
Yeah, nozzle nose, sorry. Which I think is a gal variant, but I could be wrong.
Well, the gal is a variant of it.
Maybe, I don't know.
I'm gonna go get my water.
Yeah, we must be getting close to time to take a break.
Alright.
I think we've got one more match before that, though.
Okay.
Okay, so now I'm gonna get to see what you wrote. Mwahaha, he can see me devouring all of you behind his back. Ha ha. Ha
There's
ha.
a reason chat went silent.
Yeah, and it's because Hayato had to leave.
It's because I ate them.
Hayato isn't in divorce, so maybe don't with them around.
They left.
Fair enough.
Did you drop off?
No. My thing crashed though.
Ah, well, I've been sucked into another battle.
Yeah, that's okay.
Oh, that's a fun title.
What is?
Aliens Defender.
Ooh.
Sounds like some sort of prey that knows its place and is trying to get people not to attack. Just to submit to their alien overlords.
Yeah, I just checked my timer, and yeah, I've got one more game probably after you're done.
Alrighty.
Before the break, anyway.
Yes.
I'm just waiting to use the button whenever we get a game where we actually win.
Okay, we are now on a permanent loss streak.
Yeah, we are. I haven't gotten to use my button.
Would that be the button that says that was easy or the one that says nut?
I don't have a nut button. All I have is a
That was easy.
button.
Like, most of that was cut out, thankfully.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I have a
That was easy.
button and no other buttons.
I love the fact it's still cutting out.
Damn
The
it.
stream itself is containing it.
Well, darn it.
Have anything else you want to talk about?
Well, if we're out of topics, I do have the book of questions.
I'm sure I can come up with something. What is your favorite vor trope?
Favorite trope?
Vor trope.
I know, I'm thinking.
Ah.
Normalized vor.
Oh, casual vor, yeah.
Yeah, where it's just a part of a society. You go in, you don't come out, no one minds.
You want to know something fun?
What?
I just won against Bigfoots.
Ooh, nice. I'm guessing.
That was easy.
Guessing what?
I'm guessing the match, well.
That was easy.
Is it not coming across over stream?
It is not.
Or over voice? Okay, I'm guessing that it was easy.
No, it was a struggle. Have you joined or...
Oh, it wouldn't let me join you, so I created a room.
Oh, okay, so I just ejected myself, so then I'll be able to join you.
Okay. Question for you. Do you like Pokemon?
Yes.
Follow-up question. What is your favorite starter?
That is hard.
What was your first starter?
First starter was Chestnut.
Ooh, okay. Mine was Squirtle.
Interesting. Yeah, because Mystery Dungeon.
Yeah.
And go on without me, because it's sucking me into unskippable,
Okay.
ink, whatever.
I'm not sure what you mean by unskippable ink, but okay.
The Whenever the Splatfest is live, you're unable to skip the Splatcast.
Oh, that. Okay.
Yes. And I forgot the name, so my brain defaulted to We Drip Ink. You fuck. We drip ink. We lip sync. You drip ink. And so it just went to unskippable ink.
Ah, okay, the Splatcast.
Yes. Good luck. And I hope that was easy.
Well, thank you.
I'm going to actually mute and have some dinner.
Doop 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 doom ba ba doo ba doo doo. Boo ba doo 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 doo. Alright, chat, this is our last game before... the last game before we take a 15-minute break, so I can go get dinner, make myself some more tea, or get some water, or whatever. So, I hope you've all had fun hanging out over the past, well, better part of 3 hours. And I hope you are looking forward to when we come back as much as I am. Yeah, it's been just over 3 hours. So, I hope you've had fun and are looking forward to it when we do our last 2 and a bit hours of the night. Because it looks like we'll be coming back sometime around 9:20. Maybe a little bit before the timer runs out, maybe a little bit after, but that'll be roughly when we get back. Alright, so that is the last match before the break, and we will be back in 15 minutes with more Splatoon 3. Can't wait to see you then. And we are back, and my thing has decided to not work.
Again?
Yeah, my, let me see here. Alright, there we go. All better.
Excellent.
So, I did not have dinner because it was not ready yet. So I will be informed when it is ready. And I am opening a room right now. Question for you. Do you know who Admiral Grace Hopper is?
I can't say I do.
She is the creator of modern-day computer programming.
Interesting.
So, you know how computers are programmed, right?
Nope.
Okay, so computers are programmed these days by writing lines of code on them.
Alright.
But back in the day, you had to use what are a set of things called switches. Which were essentially the way all electronic devices worked, up until the invent of the microchip.
X's and O's, yes and no.
Well, actually, no. Modern programming is essentially what created binary. So, the way almost every electronic device worked back in the day is you would use a series of what are called logic gates, and then program those logic gates with your output. For example, you'd have or, nor, else, and statements like that. And then, and then you could combine statements, like you could have an and or, an x nor, an XOR, a NOR gate, stuff like that. But what modern computer programs allowed you to do was actually write that code out in meaningful ways that a human might be able to parse, as opposed to just having to figure out what switches to flip when programming. And so, while Alan Turing may be the father of computing, Grace Hopper is the mother of modern computers. Essentially, everything we do on a computer today would not have happened if it was not for her.
Yeah, it sucks how much women get scrubbed out of history.
Yeah.
do my part, I will scrub more men out of history.
And we are going to, by the way, chat, we are going for another 2 hours and 45 minutes. That'll take us to roughly midnight. And that's when we will end the stream.
Come on. Yay!
Well, I finally get to use the button because...
That was easy.
Yeah, I cut out again. I heard that.
I really wish that that Discord wouldn't do that to me. I'm trying to use the button for fun here.
I think we'll be able to hear how little it is played on replay.
That'll be fair, but it's mostly for me. One thing I do really want to do, actually, is get a whole soundboard made out of That Was Easy style buttons.
And then sync them to different things, including That Was Easy. Yeah, we've discussed this.
Yeah, but this time, but with the soundboard, I'm gonna have to get a sound mixer as well.
Oh?
Yes, that way I'll be able to actually pipe all of the audio in as one thing.
Oh, you like piping, huh?
It's an audio industry term. You pipe the audio around.
Mm-hmm.
Same way you pipe water around in plumbing.
Or you pipe someone down.
You know, I've never heard someone say pipe someone down.
Yeah, laying pipe someone down.
See, I've heard laying pipe, but not piping someone down.
Alrighty.
Ooh, all Octo team. Oh hey, we've also got double dualies on the same team.
Indeed, and it looks like the exact same type.
Yeah, both splat dualies, meaning we've got 2 crab tanks. What?
Really cranking things out, huh?
Indubitably. Watson, indubitably.
Nice.
Ah, almost fully charged crank. Killed. Ah, damn it, now you've got me saying crank instead of crab tank.
It's crank.
It's a crab tank. A crank is an old man.
No, a crank is something you use to turn stuff manually.
Okay, but you're telling me you've never heard someone call someone a crank for being like an old man? Who's cranky?
No, no, I haven't heard that actually.
Oh.
I've heard someone being called cranky, but never a crank.
Huh. In Canada, people who are old and grouchy will get called cranks. Hey, we've got, someone I think just followed. Be able to say in a minute, but I think we just had someone follow.
Nice.
Actually, yeah, that is my follow sound is custom now, so yeah, that would be a follow.
I can't hear it.
Welcome, follower. Feel free to throw your name in chat. Let's hang out. I'd love to know how you found us. Were you searching a particular tag, or see us posting in a server, or what? Sniper!
Sniper, no sniping.
Alright, JG Beam 26, welcome to the tribe. We are very happy to have you here. Let me just make sure chat is working by sending a quick test. Yeah, chat's working.
There.
Yeah, we are happy to have you here, JJ Beam. We are playing some Splatoon 3, it's specifically the Splatfest. And we are additionally trying to go until midnight, which is in 2 hours and 45 minutes.
I am Nightly, and I may start streaming on Wednesday.
Ooh, nice. The Gamer Mouse has said, y'all are still going. I just got done putting together a combined 450-ish pound bed frame and putting king-size bed up a hot dog wide staircase alone. Y'all are dedicated to the splat. Well, the Gamer Mouse.
Yeah, I took a large break in the middle of it.
Yeah, and I took a break to play some Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild in preparation for Tears of the Kingdom coming out on the 12th. And hopefully on the 12th itself, I will be unboxing live on stream the special edition. Because I haven't got new video games since Christmas. Mostly because most of the time I've been playing video games since Christmas, I've been doing it live. And so I've been playing the games that I have already. And mostly stuff like Mario Maker 2 and Splatoon. Also, why would you... Now, I'm curious why the Gamer Mouse would have pushed a 450-ish pound bed up a hot dog with stairs instead of assembling it after he'd gotten it up the stairs.
Even if he assembled it after he got up the stairs, still 450 pounds of bed.
Oh, yeah.
It's probably easier to fit a bed up the stairs than one big thick box.
I mean, true, but you could always open up the box and take the stuff out. Plus,
That's true.
plus, if it's anything like IKEA furniture, and it may or may not be, IKEA furniture is generally made out of long, flat pieces. So I don't think it would be, like the entire cabinet set behind me, I could have picked up and easily hauled up the stairwell. Well, I say easily, with a dolly or a rolly cart or something. I'm not sure what you call them in the States. Those things that you use for moving. We call them dollies up here.
They're called dollies.
Okay, so that's not just a Canadianism. Okay. But, like, I could have... Oh, okay, sorry. It was a mattress that he pushed up the stairs. The bed was taken apart and then reassembled upstairs. Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah. That sounds really rough, by the way. Like, when I was setting up my apartment, or rather, when I was buying a bunch of IKEA furniture to finish it, not that long ago, because it didn't come with any furniture. We had to use the moving elevator for, like, the staff and, like, people with supplies and heavy stuff, as opposed to, or a service elevator, there we go. We had to use the service elevator instead of, like, a normal one, because, like, the weight was too much, but, like, I wouldn't have tried pushing that upstairs.
Pretty lucky. The times I've had to move, there's been no service elevator.
Well, the apartment that I'm in, the building used to be an industrial complex.
Nice.
Oh, geez. Yeah, right. You're living with 6 people, and you've got COVID, and you had to do this all yourself? Gee, fuck me. I would not want to be doing that.
That just sounds like you're living with bad people if none of them offered to help.
Yeah, when I was moving, that was also during the pandemic, but, like, we quarantined all the stuff we were getting for, like from IKEA. We put it all in a locker room.
We got splattered.
We did get absolutely stomped. Reduced to little more than paste on the bottom of their shoes.
Exactly.
Fortunately, they're Team Alien, so no detriment to us.
I mean, there's very little detriment to anyone if something so insignificant happens.
He says Toxic House. Yeah. Yeah, that's really rough.
You have to be a special kind of toxic not to help someone with COVID.
Yeah. Like, here's the thing, like, I insisted on setting up, like, my stuff all on my own. You know, like, I was gonna be the one hauling it around. But that's because I rented out, like, a moving dolly, and I was doing it on a Tuesday afternoon. Like, it would have been serious inconveniences to everyone else to try and help me. Seriously, more of them yelled about how you were doing it than helping? That's fucking toxic as hell.
Wow.
That is... Yeah, that is not a good environment to be in. Gamer Mouse, when you get back, I have something for you. Ooh, the enemy is a shooter society. And we are a variety squad.
Shooter Society sounds like a badly translated manga.
Shooter society is like what aliens would call America.
Yeah. Right before they annex it to make them all prey.
Oh, meanwhile, as Canadians, we'll be good to go.
Yeah, you'll be pets.
Oh yeah, they'll see we're civilized, folks. See. Sure, we talk funny, but you know.
Adds to your cute charm.
Oh, exactly.
Fun.
Gamer Mouse is back. He said more people yelling about how he left it. Like, I'm not putting your bed set together. I already put the frame together and mattress on it after moving your room around for you. That is some fucking toxic-ass behavior, mate. Like, so Wednesday, while streaming, my roommate's girlfriend was moving in, and during my, like, couple of breaks, I actually went and helped them move stuff in.
You're a good roommate.
Yeah, it's like, I was not going to leave them to put their stuff, have to haul their stuff in, because, like, now, in all honesty, there wasn't a huge amount. They were bringing a desk and a dresser, and a few boxes of clothes and whatnot. But, like, So I didn't help take anything down to the cage. Actually, I should probably explain what... Okay, so our apartment, it used to be a service build. It used to be an industrial complex. Like the couple of buildings that we're in. You know, which is why on top of having, like, carbon monoxide meters and stuff like, and smoke detectors, we also have a Geiger counter in our apartment and a couple of other things. Because the landlord doesn't know what the industrial complex was used for.
That's a good landlord if they give you a Geiger counter.
Yeah, just in case. Plus a few other things as well.
Meanwhile, over here we have kindergarten care facility built on a nuclear waste facility.
Yeah. Like, that just shocks the hell out of me. But, like, anyway, so, in the basement, every apartment gets what's called a cage, which is essentially like a little storage unit that's, like, caged in on all sides, and has a little door on it.
Interesting.
Yeah. When we first moved in, I spent the day lining ours with plywood, and putting some special paint on the walls, so that way if any, like, rats or insects got in, we would know.
Smart.
Yeah. Now, I didn't help my roommate's girlfriend haul any of the stuff down to the cage. Because I was live streaming and that would, like, take, like, 5 minutes on the elevator ride alone from the apartment all the way down to the cage. And when I've got 15 minutes to take a break, spending 10 minutes standing in an elevator is... You heard cage, put me in it? Well, the cage is not a fun place to be kept. One, there's no me there to play with you, but, you know. Additionally, like... Oh, gee. Yeah, that sounds really rough.
Fuck 'em.
What?
What?
Oh, so... The Gamer Mouse said, no, seriously, I'll take a kennel over this place. In response to, me mentioning the cage.
I thought they were talking about the bitch-ass roommates again.
Yeah. But anyway, like, I didn't take anything down to the cage, because, like, spending 10 minutes in the elevator to take stuff down to the cage is not something I want to do on, you know, one of my 15-minute breaks during, like, a multi-hour live stream. But had I not been live streaming, like, I would have, you know, got the superintendent, got the keys to the service elevator, and made it all one big trip. You know, gone all the way up with, well, actually, taken stuff all the way down to the cage, and then hauled all the stuff we wanted up. Well, yeah, it's a service elevator. It's like the kind of thing that you can put, like, big industrial machines in and haul up and down. You know, it's not built to be quick, it's built to be sturdy and have stupid high torque. Oh, geez, it's... Okay, so it's not his roommates, it's his family. That's even more fucked up and toxic. And that's despite...
Sad.
Yeah, and that's despite you paying hefty rent, like... I don't know about you, but, like, I would sooner, like, move somewhere else. Or, like, find roommates. But nah, like, the superintendent of this place is actually pretty good. He's pretty chill. Like, one thing you're not technically supposed... Like, by law, actually, where I live, you're not allowed to allow tenants into a service elevator. Because service elevators are held to a different standard than normal elevators. Now, the landlord has the service elevator inspected at the same intervals as a normal elevator, and could get it qualified as a normal elevator. However, he would have to make it completely publicly accessible if he did that, which comes with different sorts of safety requirements than a private service elevator. Oh gee, I am really sorry to hear that, Gamer Mouse. Yeah. That honestly sounds like a really shit situation.
I hope you get into a better one soon.
Yeah. Because he's just said he can't afford to move, he can hardly afford to save $100 a week. That's fucked up.
Indeed.
That's what that is.
At least we won this round.
Yep, we won that round. And frankly, winning that round, well...
That was easy.
Yeah, it's just cock blocking you.
Okay, well, at least I hope Stream Chat can hear it.
I am going to have to switch to wool though, because I think that'll probably make us do better.
Well, if you want to stick with the Brella, you can go right ahead. It won't bother me.
Yeah.
I think the thing about Splatfest that's fun is people coming together rather than winning. That's me personally.
I mean, you can always do that at an orgy.
Yeah, but no reason you also can't do it in Splatfest.
Fair enough.
The Gamer Mouse says that it is a shitty situation and he should have moved to Maine with his friend Rem 2 years ago like he offered. I can hear that. I can hear that, yeah.
We're now a variety syndicate.
Yes.
Interesting.
I just splatted Isaiah. Nice. Also, the Gamer Mouse says that he can hear the "that was easy" button.
Oh, good.
Well, Gamer Mouse, I hope you find it as funny as I do, because, frankly, I really like the "that was easy" button.
Apparently, it coming across on screen is much easier than Discord.
I'm gonna have to figure out how to make it work on Discord.
And speaking of aliens, I just got voted best.
I will have to take a look at it after... I'll have to take a look at it here in a sec.
Very alternative boyish.
Ah, AV, nice.
Well, no.
Well, ALTV.
I think you can just say alternative boy.
That's probably fair. And I can't see it because it did not load the image. So
Well, it's not an image.
well, it's a Twitter link, right?
Yes, it's a full-blown video is what I mean.
Oh, okay. Well, I will have to take a look at that after stream.
Alrighty. Wow. 1.2%.
Yeah. By the way, I've got some pasta for dinner.
Interesting. Pasta pals.
Oh, are you having pasta as well?
Yes, shrimp Alfredo.
Oh, nice. Which is it turns out I learned from Toby, Alfredo isn't a real thing.
Okay.
Or, sorry, it's a real thing, but it's an American thing. It doesn't
It is.
exist in Italy.
Yeah.
What I think is funny is Alfredo sounds like someone's name. It sounds like a variant of Alfred.
Alfredo is... It also sounds like Alphonse.
That's also true. Which may or may not be a variant of Alfred as well. Or rather, Alfred being a variant of it.
Maybe.
Yeah. Alfredo sauce isn't an Italian thing. Neither is the red tomato sauce that we generally over here consider like... So Americans may or may not call it spaghetti sauce. Canadians definitely do.
Yes, we call it spaghetti sauce.
Yeah, that red tomato sauce with like meat and minced onions and garlic and, you know, sometimes you throw mushrooms or bell peppers or like whatever in there, right? Like, that's not a thing. Ragu
Well,
is a
it's
thing. Well, sorry, it's not an Italian thing. Ragu is a thing, but that's just meat and tomato sauce and fried onion.
Ragu is a company over here.
Which is kind of funny because it's just a type of sauce.
Yeah. So it's very confusing when an Italian talks about Ragu sauce, and we say, oh, what brand, what flavor of Ragu?
And they're like, it's just Ragu. One thing that's kind of funny, so I've got a friend who's Greek, right?
Not that I know of, but now, yes.
So I have a friend who's Greek, and one thing he's told me before is what we call Greek yogurt isn't really a uniquely Greek thing.
Yeah.
Like, it's pretty much every non-English style yogurt is like that. Like, you go to India, what yogurt are they having? Yogurt. It's not got stuff in it. It's just milk. You know? Anywhere in the Middle East, just milk. That particular berries thing that we do to it, that's an English thing. So I should So my friend who's Greek doesn't actually live in Greece anymore. Came to Canada on a scholarship to UFT. That's University of Toronto, not University of Texas. And has been in Canada basically ever since. We actually met because he was doing an internship at the place that I worked up until recently.
Wow. I think we're still 50-50 on enemy games.
I think we are.
Yeah. Was this against aliens or not?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
I might have just hallucinated that I saw aliens on the other team, but yeah. There's only one way to check out. Get splatted and see their t-shirt.
Nah, they're aliens.
That's weird. I haven't had this many same games for... Well, actually, any. This is the first time I've seen so many same games.
Me and a dude are just vibing.
Nice. I did not drop my tensor missiles on him.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry for splatting the guy you were vibing with earlier, by the way.
It's no issue. I was splatted by one of their teammates and then we just vibed later.
Are we gonna have a third person vibing?
I'll come over. Also, I'm sorry for splatting the person you were vibing with. I'm sorry for eating your boyfriend.
Ah! I think they just splatted me.
4 people are vibing right now. And someone just killed me. That Volo is D-I-C-K.
Splatting people while vibing? Yeah.
Yeah. Just shoning them down as they're in the disco. Or in the club or whatever. harshing the vibes, man.
Yeah, really harsh the mellow. Map change. Let's see what we get. Scorch Gorge and Mahi Mahi Resort. Also, what would you be sorry for me having a Greek friend? A Greek food is great. I have opened a room, by the way. So indeed.
Americans are prey. Canadians are pets. What are Europeans?
Depends on the country.
Well, let's come up with that.
Okay, the English are certainly prey.
But are they nutritious enough?
Hey, don't call yourself a fool, you know, like... I've definitely made inside jokes with people who haven't got them. Like, I think that's just part of the human experience, especially if you've been around for at least 5 years as a human being.
Absolutely. Like, I can say 2 raccoons fucking inside a bodega, and no one understands it.
Yeah, or if I was with my brother or if my brother wasn't here and I went, "Pdoing," no one would get it.
It's just funny things that are shared with funny people, but without the context, it can end up being not so funny. It's completely a-okay.
So, that was the English historically, Gamer Mouse. these days they're, you know, a pretty petulant power as far as the world goes.
They certainly aren't memorable to be in the full power.
Yeah, and, like, without the queen anymore, like, they really don't have much going for them.
Yeah.
Like,
Old Lizzie really was the death knell.
yeah, I mean, they've got H-Bomber Guy and Philosophy Tube.
Oh, that's what they could be. They can be the entertainment.
Actually, that's true. That's true.
Because they also have,
Yeah, they've got Stephen Fry and Hugh Laurie. Sorry.
Taskmaster.
Yeah, they've got Taskmaster. They've got the BBC. Though not BBC News. Like, I'm pretty sure the aliens are just gonna jettison the transphobia.
Basically cut it out of the earth. Our prey can identify as anything they want, as long as it is our prey.
That's like the quote from Ford. You can have a car in any color you want, so long as the color is black.
What?
So the Henry Ford, he said once, you can have one of my cars in any color, so long as that color is black.
What I mean is, they don't care about what gender you present as long as you're food.
That's fair. I think I misunderstood. That's my bad. Also, Gamer Mouse, I'm gonna need you to send that clip to me, because I am very curious as to what the heck was the context about that.
Agreed. Damn. I've been in a really prey-y kick.
I see.
Also, I will run out of EXP up in 2 rounds.
Cool. I will top us up when that happens.
Please do. Top.
Will do. Huh. That is really weird.
Did he send the thing?
No, he says he saw it on Facebook. I'm gonna look that up.
Please do.
Okay, so, Gamer Mouse actually looked it up, and I will read it out. Because, my god, is that creepy. It's still creepy as hell.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, the entire family is royal family stuff.
I mean, the kids are probably okay-ish.
For now.
I think the ultra-wealthy sort of lose touch with reality on some level.
Cough, cough, Musk.
Yeah. Do you watch the channel Some More News?
Yes.
Okay, so you've seen their...
Cody and...
With
Cody
Johnston, Wormbo, Katie...
Yeah.
Which I always want to hear that as Katie Mervich, but she's from College Humor.
Yeah.
Actually, Cody was originally from College Humor, though.
That is true.
But it's not Katie Mervich.
It's just another very funny Katie.
Yeah. I've got to watch their podcast sometime, Even More News.
Ooh, they have a podcast?
Yes. Yes, you can watch their main show, Some More News, as a podcast, or you can catch their other podcast, Even More News.
Interesting.
Yeah. Well, I think part of why that happens amongst royalty is the assumption that they needed to keep their bloodlines pure. And then that sort of spills over into an almost fetishistic nature with each other. Yeah,
When it keeps... happened with Princess Di.
With who?
Princess Di. Diana.
Oh.
Who has been nicknamed Princess Di for both the shortening of Diana and what happened.
Yeah. So, I gotta read this out. It's too creepy not to. Shared by time. Charles told Camilla he wishes he could live in her trousers so as to be close to her at all time. She retorted that the prince could be reincarnated as a pair of knickers, to which he joked, knowing his luck, he'd end up as a tampon instead. Which is really fucking creepy.
Ugh.
Yeah, really disturbing.
I'm into some fucked up stuff, but that's more fucked up than I can handle.
Yeah, like... Especially when that's, like, your kid. Or rather, your grandkid. Like, not even Alabama would be into that shit. Because you all know the stereotype about Alabama.
Of course.
Yeah.
The unfortunate part is... it's not as much of a stereotype as is actual.
Actually, you know what's funny? The United States is the only Western nation to have outlawed, like, even brother and sister marriages. Only one.
It's weird.
Yeah. I'm also willing to bet that it's the only one that needed to.
That's fair.
They wouldn't have made it a law if it wasn't happening. Gamer Mouse says, doubt Alabama would be all up in there.
No, because it's a tampon. Do you really think Alabama is going to be about women having any sort of comfortableness or health care or anything like that?
Exactly.
It's the South.
Exactly. It's going to be a corn husk. covered in bleach. And quinine. Or hydroxychloroquine, technically.
Well, ivermectin.
Or ivermectin. Or special horse meth.
That's just ketamine.
Yes.
I can't believe how many Yoda ketamine voices there are up on YouTube.
How many what there are?
Yoda ketamine videos.
Huh. I'm gonna be totally honest, I haven't seen a single one.
You have to watch at least one.
Okay, will do.
You'll probably find the one I recommend, which is Yoda does ketamine and then drives into a KFC.
Personally, the Yoda video I've probably seen the most outside of Star Wars itself is the poorly lip-read songs. Gamer Mouse is saying, nah, paint thinner.
Ah.
Actually, you want to know something that's really kind of funny?
Sure.
So, okay, you're from Georgia, right? Where Marjorie Taylor Greene is, from?
Don't remind me.
Yeah, no one... That woman has single-handedly ruined the acronym MTG.
Yeah.
Because before it used to mean Magic the Gathering. Now I can't read it without thinking, did they make the card game or her?
Yeah. Anyways, fun thingamabob.
So, speaking of Marjorie Taylor Greene, you know when the hydroxychloroquine thing was going around? So,
Yes.
hydroxychloroquine is a derivative of quinine. Quinine
Sure.
is a malaria drug. Quinine also happens to be used in the manufacture of tonic water. For things like gin and tonics. Marjorie Taylor Greene was seen several times drinking tonic water. I don't know. It's just something that makes me laugh a little bit.
Alright.
I don't know why, it just does. Alright, and we have to stop to re-up our thing, right?
Yes.
Cool, I will re-up.
I will pop conches, grinding them under my heel.
I'm also going to see if I've got any... I do, I have 3 conches to pop, so let's pop them. Alright, first things first, I'm gonna pop that. And second thing, I'm going to... edit my splash tag, and then open the room.
Oh, what did you get?
I got a new splash tag background.
Alright. I got a few new titles.
Yes, I did. And I got some stickers.
I got a few new titles.
Yeah, from my first one, I got some titles. Second one, I got stickers. Third one, I got a splash tag. And the one I bought, I got some tickets.
I think you'll like my new splash tag.
It's not showing it to me right now, but I will see it when we start up the game.
Indeed you will.
Alright. Enough of this dunking on Balbabama. or Alabama. Alabama-rama. Let's dunk on Quebec for a minute.
You've done that.
So, I want to get disavowed by the Quebec Parliament. Like, that's one thing I want to do in my life, is have them disavow me.
Yeah.
Meaning I've got to say something public enough to get Quebec pissed off. Fuck Quebec, fuck the French language, specifically Quebec French. Parisian French is fine. And fuck the Bloc Québécois.
From what I've heard, they are horrible and just backwards, forcing themselves on the entire government and trying to perpetuate some not great stuff.
Quebec or the Bloc Québécois?
Bloc Québécois.
Yeah. So the Bloc Québécois is a separatist party.
Yes. Did you see my flash tag?
I didn't actually. I was wiping something.
Carnivorous sea life.
Ah, I do indeed like that. Also, do you know that the proper plural of octopus is not octopi?
Yes, Dr. Pussy.
It's also not that.
But did you know there's a James Bond film called Octopussy?
Yes, there is.
Yes. Because I watched probably the same James Bond LRR James Bond recap film.
I knew of it before that because I have a box set of James Bond movies.
Did you watch the LRR James Bond recap?
Yes, when I saw they were doing it, I went out and bought a box set of all the James Bond movies so I could watch them, watch them when an episode came out, and then watch the thing afterwards.
Yes, it is Octopussy. Thank you for getting that.
So technically, the word octopi is Greek, not Latin, meaning the Latin plural of octopi is incorrect. Technically, the plural would be octopodes.
Like Pleiades.
Yes. Meanwhile, additionally, the word cephalopod is also Greek, and so you would not have cephalopods or cephalopi. You would actually technically have cephalopods.
Cephalopods and the cephalopods.
Walking around with their cephalotoes.
And showing off their cephalopods.
I can't think of another lyric. So, Quebec is a part of Canada. It's not its own country, though it would like to be. Though it actually wouldn't like to be. Most Quebecers, technically they're not Quebecers. Technically, the most Quebecois would like to remain in Canada because they're not crazy separatists.
Speaking in cephalopods.
Cephalopods with their cephalopods, living around in their cephalopods, walking around on their
Cephalopods.
So it's actually spelt differently. So when most Canadians talk about Quebec, people from Quebec, they say Quebecer, like this. But the proper term is, but it's properly Quebecois. And by the way, I loved hearing H-Bomber Guy try and say Quebecois, and just going with Quebecy. Quebecies. That was hilarious.
It was Becky's.
Yeah. Though we all know that the proper term from someone from Uzbekistan is Uzbekistanian. Just like someone from Kazakhstan is Kazakhstanian. And someone from the United States is United Statesian.
No, you're forgetting. United States of American is...
Actually, there's a song from a Canadian band called the Arrogant Worms that's absolutely hilarious. I'm gonna pull.
That sounds like it.
Let me pull it up here. It's funny, when you look it up, the first result is from Loading Ready Run. I am not American, though I live in North America. There are part of the, which is part of the Americas, which should make me an American. Geographically, Canadians are certainly Americans, as are Venezuelans, but not Hawaiians. They're out in the middle of the ocean, just like the U.S. Virgin Islands. They really shouldn't say they are American, or even Virgin. How could two whole continents lose their name to one constituent? Where were we when the U.S. went and took the word American away? But to be fair to them, their other name options, like USAers or United Statesians, were pretty bad. Still, I want to be as American as the French are European, or as those in Antarctica are Antarctican, even though they're just penguins. That leaves us Canadians as Northern North Americans, but Alaska's Norther curse them. We're surrounded by Americans. Americans. I just called those USAers Americans. A name meant for two continents, not just them. For if I said I was American, people would probably think I came from Maine. So I think I have a plan. Let's join up with the penguins and become Antarctican, for we're just like them. We're not American. I need a drink of water. I hope that rendition was acceptable.
It was fun.
I certainly do a worse version of it than Paul does.
Alright.
He did a really good version.
I will have to listen to it.
I will link it to you. Alright. So I am copying the link and I am sending it over to you on Discord. Though one I do a lot better is Last Saskatchewan Pirate. So it's another song by the same band, but it's in a lower register that I can do a lot better. Oh, I used to be a farmer and I made a living fine. I had a little stretch of land along the CP line. But times went by, and though I tried, the money wasn't there. And the bankers came and took my land and told me fair is fair. I looked for every kind of job, the answer always no. Hire you now, they'd always laugh, we just let 20 go. Ha ha, the government, they offered me a measly little sum. And I've got too much pride to end up just another bum. Then I thought, who gives a damn if all the jobs are gone? I'm gonna be a pirate on the river Saskatchewan. And it's a heave, ho, hi, ho, coming down the plains. Steal the wheat and barley and all the other grains. And it's a ho, hey, hi, hey, farmers by your doors when you see the Jolly Roger on Regina's mighty shores. Well, you think the local farmers would know that I'm at large, but just the other day I found an unprotected barge. I snuck up right behind, and they were none the wiser. I rammed the ship with anchor, and I stole the fertilizer. Just give me 1 sec here. A bridge outside of Moose Jaw spans the mighty river. Farmers cross with so much fear their stomachs are a quiver, 'cause they know that Captain Tractor's hiding in the bay. I'll jump the bridge and knock them cold and sail off with their hay. And it's a heave, ho, hi, ho, coming down the plains. Steal the wheat and barley and all the other grains. And it's a ho, hey, hi, hey. Farmers bar your doors when you see the Jolly Roger on Regina's mighty shores. Well, Mountie Bob, he chased me, he was always at my throat. He'd board on the shoreline 'cause he didn't own a boat. But the cutbacks kept on coming and the Mountie lost his job. And now he's sailing with the sun, we call him Salty Bob. Excuse me. A swinging sword, a skull and bones, and pleasant company. I never pay my income tax, and screw the GST, screw it. Sailing down the Saskatoon, the terror of the seas. If you wanna reach the co-op, boy, you gotta get by me. Yar, har, 'cause it's a heave, ho, hi, ho, coming down the plains. Steal the wheat and barley and all the other grains, and it's a ho, hey, hi, hey. Farmers bar your doors when you see the Jolly Roger on Regina's mighty shores. Well, pirate life's appealing, but you don't just find it here. I hear in North Alberta there's a band of buccaneers. They roam the Athabasca from Smith to Fort McKay, but you're gonna lose your Stetson if you have to pass away. Well, winter is a-comin' and a chill is in the breeze. My pirate days are over once the river starts to freeze. I'll be back in springtime, but now I have to go. I hear there's lots of plunderin' down in New Mexico. Yar har. And it's a heave, ho, hi, ho, coming down the plains. Steal the wheat and barley and all the other grains. And it's a ho, hey, hi, hey. Farmers bar your doors when you see the Jolly Roger on Regina's mighty shores. When you see the Jolly Roger on Regina's mighty shores. Yar, har, har. I can do that one a bit better. Though I can't sing very well while playing, or play very well while singing, I should say.
Fair enough.
Having to occasionally look over at a lyrics sheet while you're trying to shoot someone is suboptimal.
Speaking of, not paying attention, I believe I might have accidentally lost the group.
I think we both did. So that's going to be all the singing I'm going to do for a bit.
All right.
I'm curious, how many Splatfest point... let me check. Splatfest points. Okay, so, so you and... oh, when you say lost the group, you mean you're not in the room anymore?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Feel free to hop back in.
Alrighty. You're in a match.
No, I'm not.
The thing is saying you are.
It says I'm matching right now, but I'm in the lobby.
How many players is with you?
3.
Oh. Well, yeah. Then you have a full team and I can't join.
No, you need 4 for a full team. There are only 3 players.
Huh. It just says you're in a match for me.
Well, now I've loaded into a match. So as I was saying, we might actually be able to reach Ruler by the end of the night.
I would think so.
What?
I would think so.
Yeah, because I've just checked, and it only takes 1,800, and we're already halfway there.
Indeed. Also a very sexy title.
Exactly, the Alien Rulers.
Not even that. The aliens ruler.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Matrix. Possessive. Eyebrow wiggle.
Fair enough. Oh, my throat's
So I
feeling a
guess
bit gummed up.
I guess the humans turned the table on them.
Or in this case, the Inklings. Ah, damn it, a
Hey, but
disconnection.
I was talking about in context of the things we were discussing earlier.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
I've made a room, so whenever you're next disconnected or what I be.
I am joining now.
Are you enjoying this?
I am quite.
Good.
Are you
Well,
enjoying
no,
this?
quite is quite.
I'm enjoying this quite a bit.
Good.
Are you enjoying this?
I am.
Ah, das ist gut.
I like the casualness of this.
Oh, yeah. I bet you would like the Nintendo podcast. You should check them out sometime.
I do plan to. It's just when I'm not doing this, I'm doing other stuff that I would be doing instead of this, so schedule's a bit
Tight right now, that's fair.
inflated. Think of more void topics and stuff because I don't know why, but I am interested in it. Which do you like more in a war scenario? Skeleton intact or falling to bits?
You know, I actually don't like either extreme. Or sorry, it's not that I dislike either extreme. It's that my preference is actually in between.
Oh?
Yeah, mushy getting deformed.
Ah, soften.
Yeah.
Alright. What is your preference for how fast digest?
I generally like it a bit slower, actually.
Alright.
Like, maybe lasting like an hour, maybe 2? A bit closer to food. See, this is one area where me and Toby differ, actually.
Yeah.
So, he likes it more out of the sort of, like, pleasure sense, but for me, part of the fun comes from it being like, you simply happen to be on the menu. It's not an inherently evil or cruel thing, just uncaring.
I like it because it's pleasure.
And both can be fun.
Inducing and wasteful. All their hopes, dreams, and life, all the time spent on perfecting their body, all for a single meal.
Fair enough. Fair enough indeed. Everyone's entitled to their own preferences, you know?
No, everyone will have my preference and I will mind and slave everyone to make it so.
No.
Of course.
Computer says no.
What did you say?
Computer says no.
Ah.
Sorry, it's an inside joke, I think. Because
I do think so.
Yeah, fair enough. It's one of those inside jokes like, why a spoon? Like, when I'll ask any of my family members, hey, can you hand me a spoon? They go, why a spoon, brother? And I'll go, it's dull, you twit, it'll hurt more. Because there was a movie where the line was, if I ever find you around here again, I will carve your heart out with a spoon. And then the guy's brother turns and looks at him and says, why a spoon, brother? And he says, it's dull, you twit, it'll hurt more.
That sounds like fucking Warbot and Qbot dialogue.
You have watched the greatest Sonic TV series of all time as well.
Yes.
Quite possibly one of the greatest Sonic things made in a while, in all honesty.
That is true. What's your favorite way of non-war, no.
That feels like a DM question.
Fair enough.
Well, because you said, nah. You went, what's your favorite way of, nah? So I'm like, that feels like a DM question? Assuming that's why you stopped.
Did you hear my question, or?
All I heard was, what's your favorite way of... And then you stopped.
Huh, alright.
So I thought you had stopped. So is that a DM question?
I guess so.
Okay, I'm actually curious what the question was because I didn't hear it.
Well, you will find out. Next time I die.
Why are you using a roller? Use umbrella.
Roller has better coverage and I'm having more fun than just dying repeatedly.
Fair enough.
There it is.
Oh, favorite non-vor version of that?
Yeah.
Crush.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Interesting Splatoon question for you. If they were to repeat any previous Splatfests from previous games, what Splatfest would you want to come back, and what would the third option you'd add be?
That's hard. I wasn't participating in a ton of them since I was, I don't know, not that active, but... Oh, 4 stars on this roller now.
Ooh, nice.
I'll have to look at previous Splatfest.
I've got them pulled up here, so...
But it's probably easier if I just look over them and then see which ones. Ooh, okay, that's an easy one.
Okay.
Art, science, and I would have history.
Ooh, nice.
Cars, planes, and then boats.
Really?
Yes.
I think to bring it back and make it trains, planes, and automobiles.
Fair. Pirates, ninjas, and cowboys.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, I can see that.
Past and future are just begging for present. SpongeBob and Patrick is logically Squidward.
I think Squidward would win these days.
Agreed.
He's become the internet spirit animal.
Yes, so that's the Splatoon 1. Well, cats and dogs did actually repeat, so there's probably a chance of actually old themes coming back.
But what would you do for cats and dogs as the third one?
Fish.
Fair enough.
Triple kill.
So, for me personally, a couple that I would love to see come back with more would be first Autobots and Decepticons.
Where?
Quintessons.
The fuck is a quintesson?
How do you... Okay, have you ever watched Transformers G1?
No.
Okay, that explains it. Okay, quintessons are the things that made the Transformers.
Alright.
So, do you care about spoilers for a TV show that's 40 years old?
No.
Okay, so, the Quintessons were created by Primus as the first species to live on Cybertron. Then they created the Autobots and the Decepticons. Autobots to be workers, Decepticons to be security, entertainment, and military.
Wait. The Decepticons were entertainment?
No, well, actually, yes, but mostly because of gladiatorial combat.
Strictly Decepticons.
So, the Quintessons were the ones that made them, and the Quintessons went on to create the Sharkticons. What?
The Sharkticons?
Yes. Now, see, they're called Sharkticons, but they actually include Sharkticons, Alligatorcons, Megalocons.
Ah, so they went on a whole boar rampage.
Yes.
Any advanced species. Any advanced species always recreates boar.
Yeah, so I would also pull over planes, trains, but I'd also do automobiles. Okay, I'd bring over Pokemon Red, Blue, and I would add Green. Pokemon Red, Blue, and Green.
Yes.
And I would bring over roller coasters versus water slides. But you know what else I would add?
Teacups?
No, scramblers.
Alright.
You might not actually know what a scrambler is.
I do not. I do not like that kind of stuff.
Okay, so what they are is there a... Okay, imagine a Ferris wheel for a minute, right?
Yes.
But you turned the Ferris wheel on its side.
Oh, then yes, I know what a scrambler is.
And mounted the entire thing on a boom arm so you could raise it up almost, like,
Yep.
45
I know what that is.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's a scrambler.
I know there's an octopus one somewhere down here.
Yeah. Oh, rock and pop I'd bring back as well.
Funk?
I would actually do synth.
Alright.
You know, to cover, like, your world... actually, I'd go with electronica, because that covers everything from dubstep to Kraftwerk to revival disco to synth pop and retro wave.
Well, I think synth pop would be covered by pop.
So synth pop doesn't actually mean popular synth music. It means synth music that has a very poppy sound to it. So like if you heard something that was like but it was synthy, that would be synth pop. Whereas synthwave tends to go for like where you've got those
You're
big...
very good at modulating your voice.
Oh, well, thank you. It's why I'm able to do this so easily without even thinking about it.
I think you'll enjoy something I just learned.
And that is?
One of the opposing team is named Sharkbait.
I am very happy to learn this information. I will be screenshotting it.
Kill him!
I will very happily churn up the shark bait.
You fool, it was bait. Now I've got you.
Don't worry. That means... See, I'm not worried about you getting me. You should be worried about me getting you.
Maybe, maybe not.
You said you've been in a prey mood lately.
Yeah, and maybe that's shifted.
Who says I've shifted to
Changeling,
be...
after all.
Who says I've shifted to being in a prey mood?
No clue.
Okay, I would actually bring back the pizza discussion that they did. Where they did...
Oh,
So they did, so this is just in the Oceania region, but they did a pro-pineapple and an anti-pineapple.
would you just add neutral pineapple?
Add what to it?
Neutral pineapple?
No. I would add anti-Hawaiian pizza in general.
Ah. Did you splat shark bait?
I didn't get a chance to splat shark bait, unfortunately.
Aw.
But I will be able to get a screenshot of the name. You know what? I should take a quick break here to see if I can actually put shark on my tag. Because right now I'm going as a cephalopod, but if they've got shark... Man, I gotta see if I can get that shark. So give me a sec real quick. Feel free to...
Consume dinner.
Also, apparently, we have won 100 games. Not us, but our team.
Hoggy.
Holy shit, I've got shark. Can I find... Do they have hungry?
They have carnivorous.
Yes, but do I have that one? No, I don't have carnivorous. Oh, I could go with a greedy shark. Ooh, I could be a sizzling shark. Splatoon shark, super rare shark, the eternal shark, the first shark, the one and only shark, the true ultimate shark, the usual shark, the very first shark, third eye open shark, tricolor battle shark, flammable, vintage, whimsical. I'm gonna go with greedy shark. Actually, no. I want to go with clever shark.
Sizzling shark sounds like you're getting cooked.
Could also mean that I'm cooking.
Maybe.
Alright, I am creating a room. Let's see,
Yeah.
let's see. Another Splatoon one I'd bring back. You know what, I would bring back Callie and Maria. Or Callie and
Put
Marie.
in Captain Cuttlefish.
No, I put in DJ Octavio. I mean, we both know Captain Cuttlefish would win if he was there.
Honestly, put in Octavio, Marina, and I believe it's Shiver, that's the Octoling of this gen.
Actually, yeah, that would make for a good one as well.
Yeah. Favorite Octoling.
Yeah. Okay, so here are some of the Japan ones that I might want to see brought out. So they've got rice versus bread. I would add in, any guesses?
Rice and bread are pretty fundamental. Soup?
No, I'm thinking another carbohydrate, like rice and bread.
Nuts.
No, you gotta think in the same sort of family as rice and bread.
Thinking this late is not my strong suit.
Rice, bread, and oatmeal. Or just oats.
Interesting.
Ooh, we're fighting a sneaky variety syndicate.
They're going to shove themselves in your ass before you even know it.
Okay, they've got squid versus octopus. I would bring back squid versus octopus, but I would also add in, any guesses?
Shark?
No.
Manta ray.
No. It's not a ray-finned fish. I'm thinking very much along the cephalopod lines.
Cuttlefish?
Cuttlefish would work, but I was actually thinking nautilus.
I was thinking salmon, because those are the three races.
Well, there are more than just those. Like, you've got the urchins, you've got...
You know what I mean. They're not.
Yeah, that's fair. So they've got red fox and green tanuki. I would add in, just thinking along Japanese lines, because red fox, well, over here we call that a red panda. Green tanuki, so if you're going to do something blue, I think it would make sense to go with a blue dragon.
Dragon. Now those are tasty.
Agreed.
Especially since they always think they're at the top of the food chain and always have a horde of little kobold snacks.
Always funny when you drag them down.
Yes. Then you're dragging your nuts across their face.
There is a Brella player here that I just splatted.
There is indeed. And it's a undercover Brella.
Okay, they've got one here. Mountain food versus seafood. And I would add prairie food. There's so much good prairie food.
Beef, buffalo,
Yeah, beef, buff.
cowboys.
I'm thinking seriously here. Okay. Americans will probably be disgusted with me until I explain, but beaver tails. So,
Isn't that,
no, it's not that.
no, isn't that some sort of bread?
It's fried dough, yeah. It's battered
Yeah.
in, yeah, it's not battered in deep fried, but it's a deep fried dough that you cover in, well, you can either go savory or sweet, so you can either get garlic and onion powder on them, or other things akin to that, like mustard and whatnot, or you can go the sweet route and get things like cinnamon, brown sugar, a little bit of nutmeg put on them.
Yeah. I know what beaver tail is.
Okay, cool. Alright, so let's keep going. Alright, let me pull up the list of Splatoon 2 ones. Okay, I'd bring back cake and ice cream. What would you bring back? Let's... Because I'm genuinely curious.
Let's keep looking.
Yeah, I do cake and ice cream and pie. Now you find one. Ooh, there's shrimp on the other team. I'm going to enjoy eating them up.
Fancy party versus costume party.
Okay, what would you add as the third party?
Come as you are.
Ah, fair enough. Just for the pun, or...
Oh no, just that's another kind of party. Just to hang out, chill with friends, have a little drinks, all that kind of stuff.
Ah, fair enough. I would probably do potluck. Which is sort of like a come as you are thing, but also food.
I know what a potluck is. I'm from the South.
Oh, fair enough, eh? But, like, over here, we don't view it as a north-south thing, you know? Even major cities, we know what a potluck is, eh?
I know, but what I mean is, while a lot of Americans wouldn't know what a potluck is, the South absolutely does.
Fair enough. I would bring back vampire and werewolf.
Mummy.
Okay, that actually works as a take on it. I was actually thinking Frankenstein. Because...
Frankenstein is man-made versus all the others, which are ancient courses.
So, that's true. I think I'm thinking more like, classic monster movies, like Dracula, Wolfman, Frankenstein.
The Mummy?
Actually, yeah, okay, if they ever do, like, a 4 thing, like a 4v4, or, yeah, 4 teams up against each other, they've definitely got to do, oh, crap, you could also do the Invisible Man, too, if you got 5.
Yes.
Oh, there's so many good...
Also, Creature from the Black Lagoon.
Yeah. You could do The Thing.
Yes. I am partial to the Thing because it is what I am.
A thing?
Just shapeshifter.
Oh, right, sorry, my bad.
No
Just
issue.
whooshed.
I just very much like those who change their forms.
You know what I am gonna do as a little birthday celebration, come September? So
What?
not on, but around my birthday, I'm gonna organize watch parties for my favorite classic monster movies in, Discord.
Oh, sounds cool.
Now, what would be your next one? Instead of... Because I went with, bringing back the, monster ones.
Yes. Love and money and add health.
Ah, fair enough.
Because those are the 3 archetypical wishes. Love of your life, immortality, and wealth beyond your wildest dreams.
Fair enough. I think I would bring back sweaters versus socks.
Oh, interesting.
Yes.
Splatoon 2 has Pokemon Red versus Pokemon Green.
Huh, neat.
So they could probably do Pokemon Red versus Pokemon Blue versus Pokemon Green.
Yeah.
Anyway, please continue.
So, firstly, so socks versus sweaters, right? great
Uh-huh.
concept. People look great in like oversized sweaters, and people look adorable in big socks. So,
Very much. Would you put scars?
scars or scarfs?
Scarves.
No, actually. Though scarves do look cute. I think I would actually go with hats.
Interesting.
Ever seen someone in nothing but an oversized sweater, big socks, and an oversized hat?
Yes, the beanie.
It's called a toque, mate. Sorry, that's a Canadianism. We call those toques.
Okay, we call them beanies.
I know, and it always gets me when things are called beanies, and it's like, damn it, it's a toque.
Fuck you, we call it what we want. We're America. We're free from your highfalutin name things interesting talk.
Oh, I know. It's just like when you localize it for a Canadian audience, eh, you better give it a toque instead of a beanie. Just like if you're gonna call something full fries and for the States because they don't know what a poutine is, you should call it a poutine for a Canadian, eh?
Full of fries? Oh, hey, another umbrella player.
Oh, nice. Have you heard of these things that Americans will put on menus called full fries?
No.
So, it's it's French fries, gravy, and cheese.
Chili fries.
Not with chili, just gravy and cheese with fries.
No.
Okay, well, when you serve something like that to a Canadian, we know exactly what it is. We invented it. It's a poutine.
What?
Yeah, potatoes, French fried potatoes, gravy, and cheese curd. It's poutine.
Ooh, here's one. Mushroom Mountain, Bamboo Shoot Village, and I would add...
Ivory Tower.
No, they're all communities. Need to think this. Coral Cove.
Coral Cove. I could see that. Okay. Action versus comedy. Horror.
I don't think the splat will be horror. This is...
You don't have to do, like, deep descriptions of, like, terrifying movies. You can just do, like, because the horror genre incorporates everything from, like, psychological thrillers, like... I can't think of any because I don't like psychological thrillers, to things that are borderline comedy, like Freddy vs. Jason. Or Friday the 13th, 11,
Speaking of horror, do you play DVD?
No, actually, I don't, though a streamer I watch, Yandere Catboy, and I'm actually friends with Yandere Catboy, he streams almost exclusively Dead by Daylight, and to me it looks like a really horribly unbalanced game.
You would think so, but it always tilts whatever balances so quickly.
Yeah. Oh, here's one I would bring back. Chicken versus egg. Actually, just on the, action, comedy, horror, I've got a thought. So, like, horror is a fairly broad genre. All you've got to do for, like, the horror one is just put, like, a hockey mask as, like, the logo. You don't even have to give context for it.
That's true.
Because kids will know, oh, that's the hockey masked maniac. He gets referenced in cartoons all the time. All the adults will go, oh, that's Jason Voorhees.
Voorhees.
I didn't even realize I was making a technical pun. But yes, all the adults will know that's Jason Voorhees. You know. Plus, like,
Make the color red.
for the horror one?
Yes.
Yeah, you could. Red could also work for action, but so could green. Because military movie. Well, because military movies.
Yeah, I would say yellow, actually.
Yellow could work too.
Yellow to me is much more energy and action than green.
That's true. But then what would you
Green
give
is
comedy? Because green feels very calm and mellow, and comedy is anything but.
Yeah. I would probably give it a white.
Actually, you know what? Give horror black.
Where there's never been, like...
I know.
Has there ever been?
There hasn't.
I don't think it would really work. But anyways, continue on, please. I don't want to...
Well, I was just saying, give horror black so that way red can go to action and yellow can remain on. Yeah, I think that would be a very fitting way to handle it.
Sure.
They did do the TMNT ones, actually, which is kind of interesting. I guess you could always also give horror to purple. Or give purple to horror, I should say.
You could also give horror green and then have it be like a tentacle.
That's true as well, yeah.
Or blue for like deep sea stuff.
Yeah, or actually, Jason Voorhees wears coveralls, which are blue.
That's true.
You know, a lot of horror characters wear coveralls, I just realized. Because Mike Myers also wears coveralls, which are blue.
Freddy wears red, though.
Yeah, Freddy actually wears a striped sweater. Okay, fork versus spoon could come back.
True.
And you could do knife. Though, I think it's your turn to come up with one.
Grasshopper versus ant.
Adding in.
Ladybug.
Ooh, nice pairing. How come?
Classic. Just classic bugs.
Fair enough. Okay. Retro versus modern, but add in Victorian, or medieval, actually, would work as well.
I would say gothic.
Gothic is Victorian, though, I think.
Exactly, and more.
That's true. Though I think medieval covers the longest time frame.
You could say Renaissance. That's much more. Yeah.
Yeah. Your turn.
I would actually split perfect brains, and perfect body into brains, beauty, and brawn.
Ah, fair enough. I think I would go with knight versus wizard versus rogue.
Yes. I do not know if there's any more that I have ideas for.
Oh, here's a brilliant one. So, unicorn versus narwhal versus rhino.
Versus Triceratops.
That could work too. Though there's a
Since
particular...
there is
Oh, go ahead.
unicorn.
Yes, the monotops.
No, what I mean is unicorn isn't real, narwhal is real, and then Triceratops was real.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. I was actually thinking of a slightly more sophisticated thing. Not sophisticated, complex to explain joke. So, do you know what the ancient Greek word for rhinoceros is?
I can't say I do.
Okay, well, how many horns does a rhino have?
2.
And in Greek, if you want to say something is single horn, has a single horn, how would you say it?
Don't know.
Well, if you want to say something has one of it, you can either say it's mono, or you can say it's uni. That's why you have...
It was bicorn.
What was?
So the rhinoceros was a bicorn?
No. The rhinoceros was literally a unicorn.
But it has more than one.
Well, it depends on the rhinoceros species.
True, but there are some that do have more than one.
That's true, and they would classify that as a bicorn instead of a unicorn.
Yeah,
Though,
that's what I think.
yeah. But what's interesting is the very concept of the unicorn entered English because of a poor Latin mistranslation.
There are 5 rulers in this match.
Holy shit, there are. And they're two dually
Someone's
players.
crushed.
And it's us.
What do you mean it's us?
We're losing.
Yes. For now.
See, my fast attack style does not do wonders against roller players.
Which is weird, because these fast attacks are getting me down. Got splatted by the Googas, Gloogas, Padoogas.
Fahugwagats.
Googabonkers.
Yeah, we ended up with the concept of the unicorn in English because of a mistranslation of the Bible.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay, here's one. Order versus chaos.
That was a finale one. I doubt that's going to be coming back.
Oh, I know. I just think that there's a third option there as well. Order, chaos, democracy. Eh? Sort of fitting political commentary?
I believe democracy is chaos.
Yeah, but it's organized chaos. When it works right.
Yeah, they kind of have to add when it works right.
Because when it works badly, we end up with fascists, and when it works badly, we end up with anarchy. Chicken versus egg, I think you've got another interesting option there.
Which is?
Dinosaur.
Fair.
Because all modern birds, including chickens, are technically dinosaurs.
Well, technically descended from.
You never outgrow your phylogeny. Like, for,
Fair.
you know,
I mean, the crustaceans are trying. Or at least everyone trying to emulate a crustacean. Ooh, this is a nice blue.
oh yeah, that's a really nice blue. Very, very early 2000s teal.
Yeah. This is like Blacklight Club blue.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Yeah. Sorry, what would you say?
So you never outgrow your phylogeny. So for example, humans are great apes, which are all apes. And all apes are monkeys. All monkeys are mammals. All mammals are vertebrates. And all vertebrates are eukaryotes.
No love for my prokaryote brothers, then.
Right. You get what I mean, though.
Yeah. Of course.
So, all birds are still dinosaurs, the same way humans are monkeys.
Yes. And what a delicious fact that is.
Also, Super Mushroom versus Superstar.
Versus Firefly.
Firefly, yeah. Took the words right out of my mouth. Firefly.
Oh, actually, that does remind me. The whole humans are monkey thing reminds me of an RP idea I've had.
Oh.
I'll find it and
Send it to me over DMs. I would be quite interested in seeing that.
it
Oh.
actually has a single human as a pet.
Oh, nice. Also, I forgot what I was going to do for cake versus ice cream. Cake versus ice cream versus pie. Oh, you know what I just realized? If we get enough people on the server, we can do our own Splatfest. Like,
Oh?
like a mini Splatfest, obviously, where we all do it on private battles and stuff. But, like, we could totally do a Splatfest.
We could.
We would have to
Versus
have it...
Prey.
Oh, that would definitely have to be one. Though, Pred versus Prey versus Switch, come on.
I don't think we'll have enough for 3 teams, considering we barely have enough for 1 team.
Well, that's fair, yeah.
Also, I think everyone would be considered a Switch.
Well, fair enough. Ketchup versus mayo versus mustard.
Yeah.
Film versus book. You could do TV, you could do video games.
Dropped it in.
What?
The idea.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Don't worry.
Salty, sweet, or savory could work.
Didn't we just, like, have something like that?
It was, salty
Sweet,
versus...
sour.
Sweet, sour, and savory.
Yeah.
Um... Oh, waffle versus pancakes. Muffins.
Easter versus Christmas versus Halloween.
Oh, Halloween always wins that one.
Well, what I mean is as a Splatfest.
Yeah, I know. Halloween will always win that one. No one is a Christmas enjoyer. No one is an Easter enjoyer. People go die hard for...
I'm sorry, there are Christians.
Okay, Christians don't make Christmas their personality in other parts of the year. They make being Christian and Jesus-y their personality in other parts of the year, but the Christmas stuff is Christmas. Halloween people watch Halloween movies all the time. I would know, I'm a Halloween people. Also, this is a lovely blue and yellow. I'm gonna have to get a screenshot of this.
It's still weird that we keep on going against other aliens.
It probably just means that we have the biggest team.
Yes. I did see that they awarded 100 times game.
Which is absolutely amazing. Also, I'm really liking seeing those little pop-up notifications.
Yeah. It used to be like every 10 times game, but no.
Yeah, I hope they do have 10 times game notifications as well.
They don't. It would be too much.
Ah, fair enough.
Yeah, so it's just a 100 times game. I did see Nessie win 100 times game.
Ah, good for them.
No. What? Why are you saying good for them? We want them to lose.
Because I don't want them to lose, I want everyone to have fun.
That's true. Ooh, if only we could get a 100 times game. Probably
Okay.
still lose.
With our track record, we would lose, giving points to the enemy. Let's give it to more experienced, better players.
Yeah, but we would have fun. That's what you want, don't you? You did it?
Okay, yeah, but 100 times game is no more fun than a normal game.
Then why are you so big up on them Nessie winning 100 times game?
I just said good for them. It's not like I went, oh yeah, I want to see them win more. Just like, oh, good for them.
No. Yeah, you're right. I do think flings and rollers are going to be nerfed just based on how many are appealing.
Yeah. I think they've become, like, the new weapon of choice.
Yeah.
Also, happy to see people using dualies as well.
True.
Even if it is a variant of the worst dualies. The Dapple Dually Nuevos are garbage. Splat dualies are king. Also, I'd love to see a repeat of rock versus paper versus scissors.
Why?
Because it was fun, but it never gets put on the list because it was just a test fire.
True.
So having, like, the test fire one get put up there would be just great.
Ooh, you wanna know what would be fun with that?
Oh?
Each of them changes into what beats their previous choice. Like character growth wise.
Yeah,
would be a great way of like, yeah.
that would be interesting as well, yes.
Ugh.
You've probably told me before, but who is your favorite idol in Splatoon 3?
Big man.
Ah, fair enough.
Big man sweep.
Fair enough. Mine has to go to Shiver.
Interesting.
She's just fun. I mean, plus, you've played the campaign, right?
Of course.
So you know what her mount is.
Yes. I'm guessing you want to be her mount?
No, I'm just saying. Like,
Alright.
like if I'm ever undecided on what team to go on for a Splatfest, I just default to Shiver.
Fair enough. Also, these pinks are really... All the team colors that... Not team colors. The team versus team colors are so good in this way.
I know, they're great. Like, they really need to figure out... They really need to have this as the main lighting, I think.
Yeah. Agreed. This is just... perfection.
No, don't cover it. I want to get a screenshot. There we go. I got a screenshot of the two colors. They're so vibrant. Like... Okay, so I've got a little bit of a first-person shooter rant to go on for a second.
Right ahead.
So, you know the aim-down sights mechanic, right?
Yes.
It is an objectively bad mechanic.
How so?
So, take a first-person shooter that doesn't have aim-down sights mechanics on all guns, right? How do
Okay.
people play?
I don't really know. I'm not very much a first-person shooter kind of guy.
Okay, so there was actually a study done on this, because people got curious. When games have aim-down sights mechanics on all their guns, people pick whatever is the most optimal gun for the aim-down sights mechanic, because the way aim-down sights work is it makes your shots generally more precise and deal more damage. And so people will just find whatever is the most optimal gun to overcome the issues with aim-down sights, like it's slowing you down, and play that, and the game becomes very homogeneous.
Alright.
Meanwhile, in games that do not have aim-down sights mechanics, you tend to see a more diverse series of playstyles emerging.
Alright.
Because suddenly aim-down sights isn't a viable choice for the most powerful style, a meta has to emerge.
Meta like magic?
No, meta... No, not meta like magic. Well, actually, do you mean meta like in Magic the Gathering, or meta like D&D
I
game?
was making a D&D game joke, but yes, I understand what meta is.
Okay, yeah, I was just checking. Yeah, a meta will emerge where different types of play compete with each other. And it makes for a healthier, longer-lasting game community.
Interesting.
Like, part of the reason the Call of Duty community lasts so long, or has lasted as long as it has, is, one, there's a new game every couple of years. But two, it's not often the same people coming back game after game after game. That does happen a bit, but a lot of the time it's players that are recycled from, like, their last game was a couple of years ago.
Alright.
In fact, games have been ruined by aim-down sights mechanics.
Such as?
So, you know the Titanfall games, right?
Vaguely.
So, they're games that prioritize movement, the same way Splatoon does. But to an even higher degree than Splatoon. Right?
Yeah.
But in Titanfall 2, in their multiplayer mode, they inserted an aim-down sights mechanic. No one played with the movement anymore. People would just get to the highest point on the map and then aim down sights and shoot everyone. Which killed the game pretty quickly because, oh, I'm just gonna get sniped by this guy who's, like, standing in this one spot and camping. Where's the fun in that?
Alright. Ooh, that's a question.
Oh?
If you had to pick one species of prey as your favorite, what would it be?
One species?
Yeah.
Rabbits.
Interesting. Why?
They're cute and fluffy.
Makes sense.
Plus you get all sorts of rabbits, like jackrabbits, you've got like little bunnies. And then if you're allowing fantasy subspecies, you've also got jackalopes.
Yes. Oh, wait. Do you know of a certain game that has 3 F's and ends with a .me?
I don't think so.
Interesting. I might just have something fantastic for you.
Okay.
It's essentially a war RPG
Ooh, that sounds very interesting.
with turn-based combat, and the main NPC characters are bunnies.
Das ist gut so.
Yes. It's not really like lore-based or any story thing, it's just eat and enjoy.
Das ist gut so. Hey, we've got 2 players on Splat Dualies this game, actually. I just noticed.
And 2 aerospray and 2 rollers.
And then we've got someone on a chain gun and someone on a bucket.
Alright. Do you have any more questions?
Yes, actually.
Alright.
So, what is your name?
Huh?
What is your name?
I think you can guess.
What is your quest?
Ah, yes, Monty Python.
What is the airspeed of an unladen swallow?
Yes.
Come on, man, at least play along.
No. Fuck off, Englishman.
Okay, fine. What's your favorite Monty
Your mother
Python
was a
thing?
hamster and your father smelt of elderberries.
What's your favorite Python movie?
Holy Grail followed by Life of Brian.
For me, it is the other way around, but I certainly quote Holy Grail a lot more. Holy Grail feels like someone's D&D game.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that's fair.
parrot is dead. It is deceased. It is passed on from this mortal coil.
It's run down the curtain and gone up to join the choir invisible. This is an ex-parrot.
Its feet are nailed to the porch.
If I hadn't done that, it would have muzzled up to those bars and boom! Look, matey, this thing wouldn't boom if you put 8,000 volts through it. It's bleeding demised.
Yeah, that is real.
And now for something
Also,
completely different.
And definitely could be some merchant that's about to be swooped up after selling a bad prey. I promised alive and wiggling. I will have alive and wiggling, whether it's you or him.
Oh my goodness, I was not even thinking that. Finally, only 2 rollers in a game.
There was only 2 rollers last game.
Oh yeah. And actually there's 3 rollers this game.
You're gonna need some sleep.
Yes, I am. Fortunately, we're done in 20 minutes-ish, give or take.
Indeed. The police will come and arrest us.
Oh yeah, someone definitely swatted us. Both of us.
No, what I mean is Monty Python, the end of it.
Oh, right.
Holy Grail.
Yes. Yes, I'm sorry. Just whoosh straight over.
The funniest ending to Monty Python.
I gotta disagree with you there.
Oh?
Brian being crucified and always look on the bright side of life.
I didn't think that was too funny. I thought it was... I didn't think it was as funny as the police come and arrest them.
Actually, that is fair, but there's something, like, morbidly hilarious about a bunch of crucified people singing about having to always, you know, always look on the bright side of life. Beep-boop. And just before you dry your terminal breath,
No breath.
life's a piece of shit
Whistle.
when you look at it. I don't remember the rest of the words.
Always
Look on the bright side of life.
death.
Always look on the bright side of death. CDs are being sold outside your lobby right now.
Yeah. I believe it's death before terminal breath.
Something like that. I'm curious, what's your favorite horror movie?
I don't like horror.
Fair enough. What? Okay, what do you mean by horror, though? Like...
Anything with, like, any jump scare whatsoever.
Ah.
And often most pretty bloody things.
Fair enough. I'm more into, like black and white, like, classic monster movies, which are barely horror by today's standard.
Then Frankenstein.
Yeah. Or I'm into cheesy 80s action movies, which are just barely horror, like the Friday the 13th series, the Nightmare on Elm Street series. They all degenerated into just funny movies. Especially when they started like doing stuff like, you know, Freddy Takes Manhattan and Freddy in Space and Freddy vs. Jason.
Yeah.
Or sorry, Jason Takes Manhattan, Jason in Space, Freddy vs. Jason. Like,
Unfortunately, my favorite type of horror is Eldritch, and there's not a lot of movies about that.
Yeah, one you might like is Cthulhu.
Yeah. What's your favorite horror movie?
My favorite horror movie?
Wow.
If we're doing classic... What?
Another Aliens versus Aliens.
Yeah, but the colors are nice.
Colors are always nice.
This is the only time we'll get to see certain color pairings, too, so...
How so?
Well, like... We only get to see these color pairings in this particular light at night.
Yeah. Anyways, classic horror.
Classic horror, it's either got to go to... excuse me. The Invisible Man, or Dracula versus Frankenstein versus Dracula versus Wolfman. Because the premise that there's like a crossover movie of like classic Universal monsters is hilarious. And yet it's a thing that does exist.
There's a lot of dueling players this match.
There's there's two, yeah. I was about to say there's only one. But no, there's also someone on Dark Tentadules.
Yes.
Water level dropping. Going down. Okay, what is your favorite recent TV show?
I have to say Inside Job.
That's fair. It's a shame that got cancelled. I was liking that.
Yeah. But hey, Big Mouth season 16,000.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Inside Job was like... Sorry, go ahead.
It's the Monsters Inc. meme. I will let 1,000 animated shows be canceled before I let Big Mouth die.
Yeah, meanwhile, all of them are far better adult comedy than Big Mouth is. Because Big Mouth is just crude.
And lewd.
But it's not even fun lewd, it's like gross lewd.
Yeah.
Because they're all like teenagers.
Yep.
So it's like perviness isn't even funny or like enjoyable, it's just creepy.
Yeah.
Now, some of the animated shows Netflix has let die deserved to die.
Agreed.
Like Paradise PD.
Brickleberry.
Yeah, Paradise PD.
Atlanteus, whatever.
Something like that. I think that was all the same guy, though, too.
It is.
Yeah, and it's all the
I
same
assume
story.
you've watched the same video as me.
What video?
There's a series of videos comparing them all and talking about how horrible they are for the genre.
Oh, I have not seen this. You'll have to send it over.
I could not find it for the life of me.
Okay, I'm gonna Google it real quick.
Oh, what?
Or YouTube it, technically. Because that's where I'm assuming it is.
Yeah.
Paradise PD sucks. Was it by LS Mark?
I think so.
Okay, I've just found it. I have not seen this before. I've not even heard of this guy before. Now, here's a question for you. What are your thoughts on South Park?
I don't like it.
I don't either. It's like Family Guy, but for conservatives.
And even worse, it's marketed towards kids.
Yeah. Now, I've heard people say that it's actually targeting libertarians, but I don't think that's fair. See, libertarians can sometimes be reasonable left-wing people. They're often not. Oftentimes they're in the mold of Ayn Rand, but...
Yeah.
But, like, I've known a couple of libertarians who are actually sane and reasonable.
I have not. Oh wow, we're up against an actual team. Zevo.
I think we're up against aliens.
What I mean, no, what Zevo. Two of the players have Zevo in their name. And it's styled like their clan tag.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's neat.
Yeah. But yeah, this is like back-to-back, aliens.
Not that that's necessarily a bad thing.
No, tons of aliens coming to rule over everyone.
Exactly. Maybe they'll even have the technology to make some of us sexy shark boys.
One can hope.
That's what I'd hope for if aliens came down to Earth. Yeah, so I'm friends with someone who I'd describe as a sane libertarian.
Alright.
So, what's a normally libertarian position that's, like, just crazy and dumb?
I have guns, I should rule.
Okay, so sure. So, they're actually in favor of gun control. Now, it's not
Not
the...
a libertarian.
Well, so their reasoning, though, actually makes a lot of sense, even from a libertarian perspective.
Go on.
So if you let every Tom, Dick, and Harry run around with an AR-15, you're gonna have a bunch of fucking idiots killing people unnecessarily, and that's taking away other people's liberty, especially when it comes to their right to life and their right to, their right to protect themselves.
Yes.
Oh, we have someone in chat right now. Hello, welcome. You just had a long... I think you went to bed. That's what I think happened.
Yes. Literally, it's ending stream time.
Yeah, we've got 11 minutes left in the stream, so hopefully we can get in a couple of matches before it's all done.
Hey, Ato, you wanna jump in?
Yes, I would be very happy to have you jump in.
And multiplayer mode's just updated, so you would have time.
Yeah, so their opinion is that... Well, hey, we can still get 2 more rounds in, you know, like... Plus there's stream you can watch. Okay, yeah, we can do one. But there's like 11 minutes, I think, left on the timer. Well, 10 minutes now, but, you know, so we can get 2 games in if you'd like. I'm going to open up a room. And I am quickly going to re-up my XP thing.
Nice.
Oh, actually, I've still got one more use in that. Never mind.
Alright.
So, yeah, their position is that having a bunch of idiots running around with guns puts everyone else's liberty in question as well. And so you'd be much better off to regulate the guns than regulate people's behavior, because you can't regulate free people's behaviors.
Yeah.
Which
Your
feels...
freedom stops at the tip of someone else's nose.
Yeah. You may be free to swing your fists just so long as you don't hit my face.
Yeah.
So that's their libertarian position on gun control. You know, now, they're also in favor of universal basic income, which is another thing that libertarians tend not to be a fan of.
Which I don't know why. If they're all... literally, it's the most freedom. You can do anything you want with the universal basic income.
Yeah, but they view it as a form of taxation, but they also think it would make people lazy, right?
And if people are lazy, that's their right to be.
Yeah. Now, here's his position on it. While a universal basic income and taxes are, in his opinion, bad oh, it's my favorite one! Oh, I love Hammerhead Bridge. I kept calling it Spilto Underway, but it's Hammerhead Bridge. That's the one I like. Oh, shite. Meant to take a screenshot. Never mind.
Screenshot of what?
Oh, crap.
What? Was that Hayato?
I don't think so. Oh no,
Yes,
it was her. Her Switch died. Oh no. I feel you there. I feel you there.
Alright, I guess we'll have to do the one more game without her.
Oh, I'm more than willing to wait for her Switch to get charged back up.
Another times 100 win for Nessie.
No, hey, don't be sorry. It'll be alright, you know? Just plug it in, give it a couple of minutes, and we will do another match with ya.
We can do table turf in the meantime.
Yes, we can very easily do table turf in the meantime.
Yeah. I will create a room.
I've already got one open.
Huh, okay. I will close my room.
You said you'd open one literally right as I had hit A to open mine.
Great minds act alike, I guess.
Okay, see you soon, Hayato.
Any other things that we could talk about?
Yes, actually, there are lots of things we could talk about. What are your thoughts on table turf?
I'm glad it exists.
As
It's an alternate mode.
As do I. Now, question for you. You like tricolor matches, right?
Yes.
So are you, like me, annoyed at Nintendo trying to kill them?
Yes.
Good, because I am annoyed that Nintendo is trying to kill Table Turf. Or trying to kill Tricolor.
Alright. I
I
was
th-
gonna say, I don't think they're killing Tabletop considering they keep on adding stuff to it. Thank you for activating that.
Yeah, Tricolor is such a fun mode that I don't get why people don't like it.
Agreed.
Now, I think Nintendo's initial implementation of Tricolor mode was a bad idea.
True.
I'm not sure if you played, did you play the test fire or no?
I did.
So then you know that Nintendo essentially went, oh hey look, we've got this new mode, even if you don't select it, you're gonna play it.
Yeah.
And that upset people. Yeah, you're winning this one.
I believe so. I managed to invade both your base and have the solid hold of one of the corners.
Yes, alright. Ooh, I got a new banner. So I'm gonna quickly take a pause to make a new deck real quick here.
Alright. I do like how stupid Marigold looks.
She doesn't look stupid. She looks derpy.
Same thing.
I'm not sure that is, but, you know. What's that saying? Opinions are like assholes. Everyone has them and they think theirs doesn't stink. I'm not, by the way, saying that your opinion is a bad one. I'm saying, you know, everyone's gonna have their own different opinion on stuff.
Alright.
Alright, I've put together a new deck.
Alright.
Alright, well, we're just gonna have one more table turf battle, and then we will do the last last round of Splatoon for the night.
Another great opening. Ooh, nice. Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, Nintendo is really trying to kill off, I think, Tricolor. Which sucks because it's a really cool game mode.
Agreed.
Oh, you're prepping for something big.
I am indeed. Very big.
I am afraid.
And you always save it till the last moment. That way your charging doesn't accidentally charge your opponent.
I don't think it'll turn the tide of war.
You were saying?
Oh, it did! Oh, it did! Oh!
I do love how close these are between us.
Oh, I know. Alright, so now it's time for the three-way team-up. So I'm gonna close the room. Splatfest with friends. Alright, Hayato, are you still here? That should hopefully have been long enough for your Switch to get charged. Yeah, I'm not gonna start without ya. We want you in the last game of the match.
Last game of the day?
Yes, sorry. Technically, it'll actually be the first game of the day because it's ticked over to midnight.
Ah, fair.
Well, look, we're not going to start without you, so, you know, we don't mind waiting. Or at least I don't.
Certainly don't. Probably not going to go to sleep immediately since I do have some dailies to do.
Dailies in what?
League.
Oh, okay. Degenerate League player.
I play what I want to play.
Almost as bad as degenerate Splatoon players.
I mean, one of them has a war person, and it's not Splatoon. So who's winning here?
Have you seen Jaws?
Have you seen Tom Kench?
You posted an image, so yeah. But anyway, Hayato is not into this stuff, so... we did get talking about Monty Python while you were away. I was, Hayato, have you seen any Monty Python since you're in the UK? Also, we got talking about Splatfest that you would be bringing back. So I'm curious if there are any Splatfests that you would love to see revived, as a three-way. Or a, you know what I mean, tricolor Splatfest.
Oh, whoa.
She says that's like asking if you have ever drinking water.
We are a variety Octo Syndicate.
Yes. We are indeed. Because we're an Octo Syndicate, but we do have a lot of variety. Yes.
Sorry for interrupting you all the time. It seems like we both want to talk at the exact same moment.
No, that's totally cool. She just said, that's like asking if,
Yeah, if you've ever drinking water.
Yeah.
Watch Jaws.
You haven't seen Python? I'm not sure if you mean that you haven't... okay, well, focus on the game for now, but I'm not sure whether you mean you haven't seen Monty Python while being in the UK, or you haven't seen Jaws.
I believe Python.
I know, I'm just not sure and I want to clarify, but that'll be after the match thing. Ah, thank you, Hayato. You just got that guy who's about to get me.
Oh, I know your favorite sea creature is probably a shark.
Indeed.
What is your favorite land creature?
Land animal, eh?
It doesn't even have to be an animal, it can just be a creature.
Well, how would it be a non-animal creature?
Fungi.
That's fair.
Fungi are fucked up.
They are weird, yes. But they are tasty.
Yeah, as long as you don't eat the ones that are so human you're allergic to it.
Though actually, interestingly enough, if you come across a random mushroom in the forest, you're probably safer eating it than a random plant.
Yes.
Favorite... let's say favorite land organism, then. How does that sound? Favorite land organism would have to go to, that one tree in the United States that's, like, multiple acres large.
Ah, the redwood.
Not the redwood, actually, the birch.
Oh,
Oh,
we won.
yes, we did. Also, they said they don't watch UK shows, so they haven't seen Monty Python. That's fair enough.
A great note to end tonight on.
Just before we wrap things up, first, Team Nessie just won 100 battles.
Well, 100 times back.
Sorry, yes, 100 times battle. I'm just
So that's
curious.
3 I've seen.
Yes, and we are Alien Champion rank, which means we did not reach the maximum rank. Which is,
Aliens ruler.
yes, Ruler. We did not reach Ruler. But before we wrap it up, Hayato, are there any Splatfest from Splatoon 1 and 2 that you'd love to see return, and what third thing would you give them? I think my favorite has to go to... if I was going to have anyone return, I would do a return of the vampire versus werewolf, and I would personally add Frankenstein. What about you, Knightley?
Coral Cove to Mushroom Mountain and Bamboo Forest. Bamboo Village.
Okay. Ooh, Hayato says mayo, ketchup, mustard. Now, I'm curious, what teams would we all go on in those? I certainly know I would go with Vampire for mine. For yours, I think I would go Mushroom Village, and I am definitely going mustard in a mayo, ketchup, mustard.
I would go cool.
You would go coral for yours. What would you go for the mayo, ketchup, mustard?
Mayo.
Mayo? And what would you go for a vampire
I
werewolf.
have to go werewolf.
Okay, cool.
I'm a relentless boy.
Okay, so Hayato has gone ketchup. So we've actually got a full spread over. Holy crap. Okay, if you. Okay, I want to know what you would do for the Mushroom Village, Coral Cove, or Bamboo Village.
Hmm?
I'm wondering what Hayato would go with for the Village versus Bamboo Forest and Coral Cove.
Bamboo Village, Mushroom Mountain, Coral Cove.
Right, sorry, Mushroom Mountain. Because I'm going Mushroom Mountain.
Need to do some shrooms.
I like mushrooms, not magic mushrooms, but... okay, so that's actually a really interesting spread. So you both agreed on Coral Cove, though, right?
Yeah.
Huh, interesting. We almost had a perfect spread over each of them. Before we go, I'm actually really quickly going to... going to check out the shops and see if there's anything I need to pick up before the end of the night, and I'd be curious to know what your favorite weapon is, Hayato. I am definitely a dually main.
Well,
They finally added a visor that faces forward! Sorry.
no worries.
Yeah, so you're a Umbrella player, I'm a dually player. I'm wondering what Hayato's favorite main is. Ah, Nautilus. Nice.
Which one's
Ooh.
that again?
That's the chain gun style one.
Ah.
Now, we've had a little bit of debate over what species would be great to see in a future Splatoon game. So we've had some amount of people suggesting more human... Splatling. Okay, yeah, it's not technically a chain gun.
Well, a Splatling is the chainy gun.
Yeah, but technically they're more machine guns with box mags than chain guns, really. I'm gonna go around
Based
and...
on you saying that, I will take your word for it.
Yeah, so there was some debate over what would be the next species to add. There was some suggestion of a sharkling species. There was some talk of an eeling species. There was talk of maybe doing a... what are they called? A salmonid species, but like more like the inklings and octolings.
I'm saying probably next thing is like cuttlefish. It's the most well-known of the remaining cephalopods.
Oh, and see, if we're looking to do another cephalopod, I'm leaning towards a nautilus.
That would actually be cool with like shell hairdos. Wait, this is the last game?
Wait, they're not making more Splatoon.
How do you know this?
Do you have an uncle that works at Nintendo? Oh, maybe whales.
They would be mammals, though.
Oh, she's saying, oh, but jellyfish... Well, See, we don't know that all mammals died, we just know that all land-dwelling mammals died.
But we haven't seen a single mammal. There's no dolphins, no porpoises, no narwhals, any of that.
I gotta look that up. Is Splatoon 3 the last Splatoon game? I hope it's not.
Same. Even if they declare that before, I don't think they'll stick with it, because this has been a massive success.
Okay, so there is actually some debate over this because of the wording that they used.
Interesting.
So, what they said is it would be the last of the Splatling saga. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's the end of Splatoon itself.
At last, time for FPS Splatoon.
See, what that leads me to think is it's going to be the last one continuing the Inkling versus Octoling story. At least that's just me, though. That might just be me, though. We might see some new type of enemy species enter it.
Didn't we already have that?
What do you mean?
Mammals.
Well, I mean more as, like, the new main villains. Like, mammals did show up, but...
They were the main villains of 3.
Yeah, but they're not really a continuing thing. Like, I don't think we're going to see mammalids in the next one.
Fair. I think maybe it would be salmonids.
Yeah, we could see a salmonid. I'm still leaning towards a shark. But I can also see a jellyfish species, maybe. That would work. Nautilus species with shell hairs, that would be...
Shells would be naturally immune to normal splatting.
That's true. Or they might have unique mechanics. Or just be like the Inklings and Octolings are now, where they're just, functionally no different. That's some neat Sonic and Knuckles art, by the way. Do I have... Yeah, I've got that already. Ah, Side Order. Yeah, I forgot about Side Order, actually. I'm gonna have to get the DLC at some point. Because, one, I really want to go hang out in Inkopolis.
Of course.
Cuttlefish are more likely because there's 4 Cuddlings in Splatoon. Yeah, that's fair.
Who are the 4? Because I know Callie Marie and Captain Cuttlefish. But who's the 4th?
Unless Marina was a Cuttlefish as well.
No.
Or, sorry,
was an
Pearl.
Octoling.
Sorry, I meant Pearl. My bad.
Sorry.
Nah, it's fair. I said Marina instead of Pearl. Oh, yeah, it is Pearl. Okay.
Huh.
Now, here's the thing. Are Cuttlefish different enough? Because, like, if you look at Octoling... I didn't think they looked all that different from the normal Inklings. I'm gonna have to pull up a picture here.
Well, we know they have sonic powers, because squid sisters and but wait, I thought Captain Cuttlefish doesn't seem like an actual cuttlefish because when he's dried up, it's also talking about how squids would dry up.
That's true. Based on the art, they look like normal inklings to me. Um, in fact, I think, yeah, like on the hair, eye, and ears thing, they all look very much like the normal inklings. Yeah. Yeah, I'd be willing to put it down to them adding in another cephalopod before they add anything else. While I'd like to see some sort of, like, sharkling, I'm almost willing to bet that whatever it is either going to be nautilus or a cuttlefish or... Fry might be a cuttlefish, actually, as well.
I will look it up.
You know what I just realized is there isn't... Is Fry... No, Fry's not an octoling, is she? Okay, that's Big Man. He's a manta ray.
Yes. Big man.
Yeah, they could do slugs as well.
Captain Cuttlefish has a squid form, and it's literally called Squid in the files.
Well, yeah, but Callie and Marie were the Squid sisters. Oh, no, Shiver is an octoling. Yeah, Shiver's an octoling, okay. Yeah, they could do slugs, they could, Yeah, there are a lot of potential species that they could pull from.
Yes.
Yeah, because you've got inklings, you've got octolings. Those are actually inklings actually don't specify whether they're squids or not.
Yes, they do.
Well, no, but the term inkling doesn't specify squid.
The inkling doesn't, but the entire theming of it does. Even the theme song does.
Yeah, they could do sea anemones. They could also...
Those are already a thing.
Yeah, but we're talking about as like a player character. They could also do sea urchins, like Spike. Spike and Merch. That seems like something they would do. But let me look it up here. What are the other cephalopods? Okay, so...
Oh?
Um... Alright, so they could do a nautilus, they could do a cuttlefish species, they could do a metasapia, which looks sort of like octopi but aren't quite. Let's see. They could do something more like the, Sicula. Those are the ones with the big fins on the side of their head that they use to wave and move through the water.
Interesting.
You've got the very, horseshoe crab-looking ones. The, Argonauta argo. You could call them argolings. But yeah, there's a lot of potential cephalopods. Ooh, yeah, they could do turtle, they could do shrimp, they could do crabs. Oh, Fry's a vampire right, that makes sense now. Fry being a vampire squid, yeah. That tracks. Yeah, so there is lots of room for potential new species in a Splatoon 4.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'm personally putting stock in the idea that this is more meant to be the finale of the Splatoon story that we have experienced thus far, which is the, agents and sort of battle between the Inklings and Octolings. I think this was the final climactic battle in that story. I think they're going to have to find a new story, of course. They could do DLC, yeah. Yeah.
I think I'm gonna drop off the call.
Yeah, it's getting pretty late. I think it's time to call it. Yeah, it's almost 1 a.m.
Yeah. It was nice playing. Good
It
time.
was nice playing with you as well. Have a good night. Yeah, I'm not sure what they're gonna do. They might also, when the next console comes out, release Splatoon 4 as just a game with all the modes and stuff, and not focus so much on story. And then add a single-player campaign through that. By the way, this Fry art as Team Alien, just chef kiss. Brilliant. Anyway, I think it's time to wrap up the stream. Thank you all so much for watching. You can find us on Twitter at NitsudgeNobel. You can find us on YouTube at Nitsudge_Nobel. And you can join the Discord with the link just dropped in chat. If you have any closing thoughts, please add them now. Yeah, but personally, I'm hoping for a Splatoon 4. Whether or not it's just essentially an expansion on the multiplayer or what, I don't know. See you soon. Alright, well, I haven't seen anything about side order involving cloning, so that will be really neat. Anyway, yeah, have a good night, and I will see you later. Bye for now.